What do you had for breakfast?
Yeah, what did I have for breakfast? A lot of tea.
Parle-ji.
Parle-ji and a lot of tea, which is about the right way to start this.
Right.
I think it's how I've always started any visit here.
Okay.
We'll be having a chai with
nice.
Parle-ji. Yeah.
Is there any reason you teach, not just practice architecture? Where are you more inclined to? Is it to teaching or practicing?
I think I don't consider them separate. I consider all of it as a kind of practice. And I think a little bit like you. I mean, when you said it, I resonated with this fact that I can't do one thing. And what teaching allows me to do is really follow my interest and legitimately make it everybody's interest through some institutional process. So my teachers, they kind of inculcated was the fact that anything can be related to architecture in that sense. You know, like if I have a hobby like climbing, I can understand topography and the mountains and the geography of a place. If I'm interested in motorcycles, I can understand how to fabricate, assemble, and that has some relationship. And I used to have a professor who used to tell me actually that I am basically a fabricator. The way that my imagination works is like a fabricator. And I was brought up by my dad was the one who kind of had this hobby of motorcycles, which I inherited. But he used to, in those days, you couldn't go on the internet and buy parts. So we'd fabricate it in places like Chor Bazaar. Or we had welders we'd go to on Saturdays and Sundays and make parts because you didn't get imported bike parts. So all of that, and in some ways, the way that you think about things starts getting shaped when you're at that age. I mean, we see buildings which are very different now compared to where we are sitting. And the question is, why do we build a particular way versus it being built another way at another time? It's not about this being more beautiful or that being more beautiful. It's really to the curiosity of trying to figure it out as to what shaped it. I mean, of course, there's the individual architect, you can say. But like many of these buildings are anonymous. We don't know who the architects are. And that's really exciting actually. I mean, you know, some of these, not this building, but if you go to places in Maharashtra or South where we were talking about Badami, or, you know, places that were under the Rashtrakutas like Ellora, and those, it took 7 generations to build that Ellora building. That means the guys who were building,
passing it on, right?
Yeah, no, but imagine, and I mean, this is the way a friend of mine says it, that the first generation who started cutting the mountain to make the caves, they didn't know what it was going to look like. So when your whole life, you're just cutting rock, but you don't know what it's going to look like. What kind of commitment does that need? And for 7 generations, and only the last generation knows what it looks like.
Wow.
Which means you have to have what level of shared value?
That's amazing.
That's amazing. And we had that. And today, like, if this building is not showing my personal identity, I get like really nervous. And that's our level of ego, man. And so history is also like talking about all these psychological dimensions of what it means to express and all that.
What kept them going like?
What kept them going was...
For 7 generations without seeing a fruit of their building and...
you know, in some sense that question would not have occurred to them. It is something that was so fundamental, like, you know.
Whether like we have to inspire the coming generation.
No, it's a belief in what you are cutting the rock for, the temple itself. I mean, that Vaishnav temple, the entire system of belief that comes from it would have been so seeped into their daily lives. You and I can't imagine it. We are from a whole other...
21st century.
Exactly. And 15th century. Yeah, I mean, to me that's the amazing thing actually, that the two are together. And that you can experience both in our context. I mean, like,
then the best time to be alive.
It is, in many ways. I certainly believe that. But you asked about history, Clinton. The thing is that I think when we are writing history, are writing it from our perspective today. So even when we are writing history or teaching history or dealing with history, it's a perspective from where we are now.
Right.
The British
and
wrote
from
there,
our lens of looking
exactly,
at things. Right?
and so it tells us as much about ourselves as it does about the past. And that's why I was telling you that it's really important to state your bias, because it is then an acknowledgement that it is in the now. It is not about the past. It is the relationship between now and the past. It's a relational thing. It's not absolute. So if you are looking for facts, you shouldn't be looking for history.
Right.
You should be looking for some chronicle. Because history is about meaning. It's not about fact. And we know how much propaganda is going on.
Right.
So which history of the Iran-America war, Iran-Israel war, are we going to finally read 200 years from now? We are living one thing. It doesn't matter what we are living. Somebody's going to write a history of the moment we are in a very different way from their perspective, which we can't see right now. So the history that we are part of is very different from what we think is happening.
Right.
It's a really interesting thing, because they may actually think, I don't know, they may think Mr. Trump is a genius from some perspective that we can't see right now. I can't imagine what that is. But it is possible.
Right.
I mean, the guys who, let me put it another way, the guys who built this well could not have imagined that you could get water in your house when you open a little tap. They could not have imagined that. Would they, have they known that that is possible, still done this? We don't do it.
Wow.
To me, it's a weird question, because it kind of says that you can only get this kind of beauty if you don't have the convenience we have now. We have another kind of beauty with running water. You might argue that it has given rise to another type of architecture. Okay, like some of the 1920s Soviet water tanks. Okay, they're just absolutely incredible, etc., etc. But so it's given rise to another architecture. Not to say that that is better or worse than this, but it gives you a sense of what I mean by when I say that the architecture is determined by the time we live in and the culture and all of that, technology of course, but sociology of it as well.
And you say this is your favorite place, and I want to know the story of.
So this is one of my favorite places in the city, and I kind of told you that I don't live too far away. It's like on the way to most places, and my kids and I, my family and I, we used to come here for picnics. It's a very nice place. And later it kind of was a place that you could come sit at the chai galla outside and read, and not be anywhere where people can find you. But I think it started earlier, where just like what we are seeing in front of us, this light and shadow, the drama of stone and light and all of that is quite special. And I think architecturally it really excited me. Apart from, so as a student, the fact that you go into the ground, that you're going down, it gets cooler, there's water, and somehow, like before all the infrastructure development in Ahmedabad, when it was a raw city with sand and camels, you felt that going down to the water quite fundamentally, like in a dry landscape, what it means to go to water. And as you go down, it's much cooler. And that sense, I mean, all these senses, without knowing anything about the history of this place, they do kind of touch you in some way. They connect. And for me, this was very much one aspect of it. I think the other aspect of this particular Stepwell is how geometrically precise its composition is. There's a mosque, a tomb, there's water. The mosque as in the kind of cycles, the rituals of everyday life, namaz, gathering, sociability. the tomb, death, the eternal mortality, and then water, and this architecture. And this architecture was for travelers, the most transient of people. They're not located place. So the connecting of all of that, somehow, as I studied the architecture of this mob, this kind of gave me a sense that the symbolic value of everything is here. And so precisely this axis, there's a square, a cube.
There's mathematics.
There's mathematics, so there are trees, there's silence, there's the birds.
Like this is meant for travelers, right?
Yeah, it is meant for travelers.
Like, they must be amazed by how it felt like when...
They must have been amazed, and they must have been amazed by the sheer beauty of it. But they must have also been very familiar with it, because like, if you actually look at trade routes, this particular type of architecture was common on trade routes. So you built, I mean, you have to almost imagine this as a kind of infrastructure that makes travel possible. Like if I want to, today, okay, if I want to encourage trade and commerce, I have to have truck networks, freight networks for trains. This is the equivalent, you know, like travelers, caravans are going across the desert, the Thar desert, actually all the way from Afghanistan. They'd have been coming down to the port of Kandla, and there needed to be infrastructure for these travelers, places they could stay, caravanserais. They needed water. Where do you kind of water your horses or your bullocks or, you know, your camels? And if you see outside, when we go out, you know, the well, you take up water, there's a channel where the extra water that you always drop, you know, when you're pouring from the well, that water drains off in a beautiful channel on the geometry. It comes here, right here at the end, and there's a trough. And that trough in Gujarati is called a havado. Okay, and that's where the animals would have. So what is excess or waste, however you look at it, from human use, then it goes to animal use. And not this stepwell, but there's another stepwell where that then goes and connects into the fields, because there's more water, and then the dirty water that comes from washing animals and all goes to agriculture. So the cycle of it is all here, you know, and you can see this all in this.
That is the logic behind wows. Wow.
Well, quite literally, isn't it?
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so
why is it called wow?
wow means well.
Well in Gujarati.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
So what is the story of this particular wow?
This particular well, I mean, you know, when we were students, everybody called this Dada Hari. So you assume Dada meaning like some man. But I was a part of a team, and we were a team of not only architects but citizens who were interested in these old structures, the stepwell in particular, and we did an exhibition study. And there is a very well-known researcher by the name of, I'm going blank, Purnima Mehta Bhatt, and she wrote about these stepwells, not only this one but others. And she found out that Bhai Harir was actually the wet nurse of Mehmed Begrar, who was the grandson of Ahmad Shah. And he was so beholden to her. She was so, how would you say, important at the time of his childhood, that when she was of age, he gave her what would you say, a gift of money. And she didn't know what to do with it, because having literally mothered him, she felt that, you know, there was no compensation or prize necessary. And so she used that money to build this. And so it's named after her, Bhai Harir Niwao. Okay. And now we have made a deliberate effort in our minds, but also I think now it's being recognized on things like Google, that it's Bhai Harir Niwao, Sultani Wao, etc., etc. So the woman is being recognized, and you know, in our time that's very important.
It wasn't the case before.
It wasn't the case. It was Dada Hari Niwao.
Oh, okay.
And the interesting thing is that when you actually get into it, and this is why I refer to Purnima Mehta Bhatt's research, is that most vows are built by women.
Interesting.
And funded, or what is the word?
Led by...
No, I mean patronized by women. And if you look at the motifs on these stepwells, they are feminine motifs. And it is about going into the earth, and you know the story about Sita, and you know Mother Earth, and you know the symbolism of all of that, and the femininity of fertility, all of those symbolic sides to it as well that are related with stepwells. And we found more and more that the feminine association with the well is very, very strong. So much so that even when wells dry up, sometimes what happens is, and this is more recent, and this is where development and history kind of intersect very, very closely, that these wells many times were outside the city. And they are in areas where there is a nearby lake. Okay, and that lake recharges the aquifer from where the water comes. And for this, I can explain to you the whole of Ahmedabad's topography and geography in this way, but we'll come to that. But here the water, so if I, in some sense, if I'm a bad planner and I fill up the lake and sell it as real estate for development, this well is likely to dry up or at least reduce in its water capacity. So that has happened to many wells. So people who are the users of that well, stakeholders as we like to call them, often have repurposed the wells, and you can see the architecture is quite similar to a temple, the way that the elements are. And there is speculation that, there are two speculations. One is that a lot of that early Sultanate architecture was built from broken temples. And we know the politics of that argument, and some of it is true. Okay, that in order to express power, okay, certain types of institutions are broken and other types of institutions are built. Okay, but there's also a kind of second, which is a more craft-based argument, that there was an existing craft. People knew how to make these types of temples in this type of stone. And therefore, the sultans and the culture that came simply used those motifs. They removed the animal and human form from it, because Islam doesn't allow the representation of the body. And therefore you see geometry expressed here, and we come back to the mathematics of it. And the purity of that geometry and mathematical expression, rather than, let's say, some of the more explicit biological forms that come with animal and human body. Right? So that completely changes in this kind of format. So, I mean, one could say that the way that these were built were partly both.
Okay. So you're saying the step wall is way older than Sultanate periods?
No, I'm not saying. But some of them are, of course. Some of them, I can take you to one right.
The knowledge of harvesting water,
certainly.
This kind of human migration is way older. Of
course,
than,
it's a survival. It's a human kind of basic need. You can't survive in this landscape
for a while.
No, so you can't. Of course, it's much older than the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure.
Okay.
So the way, the attitude to water. Let's put it in this term, that there's an attitude to water in an arid landscape or in a geography where water is a scarcity. That precedes the manner in which it is. How would you say, extracted, for lack of a better. Extraction is not a good word, that's a modern word, but I don't have a better word right now. But let's just say how it is resourced. Okay, so I mean, in that sense, we have stepwells that far go be like earlier to the Sultanate period, certainly. For example, Mata Bhavani's stepwell, that's just round the corner, is a much older stepwell, and it's interesting. Well, from what I understand, that's 9th or 10th century, or maybe 11th, about that much. So, good 300 years before this one. Okay, and we have, for example, we have many examples of it prior to Islam. So, it's not an Islamic form. But the nature of the stepwell at Mata Bhavani is much it's quite different from here. It seems much more organic. It's almost like if you had a well there, you know how we walk when we are walking, when we are trekking, we kind of meander if the slope is steep. You never go straight down. Right? You see now when it's steep, you meander.
Was that intentional? That
No, my sense is not a question of intention. It's something that emerged the way that our bodies move in that. Right? It was an older, more, and it built over time. And when Islam came and geometry became important, the linearity of the well became important. So the earlier wells are less geometrically informed, composed than these ones, is my reading of it. And Mata Bhavani is one, but if you go to Junagadh and you go to that area, you'll see spiral ones, you'll see helical ones.
Wow.
They are more carved into rock. They do not have the same kind of composition as this. And after this, you'll find other communities also building stepwells, which are geometric or have a certain kind of form to them, but they are different in the way that they are articulated. For example, if I go to, Adalaj, okay, I will get a cross form and then the main stem starts. So I can enter from all four directions, three directions, and then the fourth direction is the well. So, and there's a different sense of carving. The amount of filigree is much higher. It's less, like this is almost, you can say almost minimalist, no?
Right.
And that sense that I gave you of removing the carved value of human and animal form. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just giving you a sense of the character differences between it.
Every stepwell has a character of its own.
And therefore, that what I meant to say is that the attitude to water would have predated the stepwell as a type. You know, and I mean, one has to look at, let's say, the city of Ahmedabad in that way. You know, I mean, you're in a arid landscape, which means basically it's sandy, thorny, sparse vegetation. It's undulating, so the sand dunes are moving up and down, up and down. Okay, you get a depression, which is a potential for collecting water, and you get a mound. Okay, that's what an undulation is. Right? The mound is a potential to stay dry. It's also a hierarchical system where the highest caste, highest levels of society will take the high ground, and the lowest will take the low ground. Okay, and then you get water here. And this, I said, the depression is what recharges the aquifer. And so the well is likely to be, it's not like the well can't be at the top, but it's likely to be on the outskirts of the city, connected with both the settlement and the lake. So we call this a talavdi, okay, in Gujarati, and this is called a tekro. So the tekro is the mound and the talavdi is where you collect water, and then you get the wow. And this triangle actually structurally stabilizes human settlement in this kind of landscape.
Wow.
You know? So, and if you actually look, where do you get a crematorium? You get it on the water. Right, the smashan. But you never ever drink surface water.
Why so?
Well, it's impure. It's got all the mosquitoes, it's got all the organisms, it's got all the impurities. It's only once it filters into the earth, is purified through natural processes, comes into the vow, is it taken up, and therefore this is really special water that which comes from the ground. Again, we can look at the symbolic value, but it's obvious, right, when it comes from the ground. And I take it out. And so it's stable, and therefore I take care of this. But that water, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, that it is for the traveler also, that is the outsider. And it's positioned somewhere outside the settlement, anchored by this aquifer system, right? Built by women. The most domestic, we traditionally have kept women at home. They go get the water. It's incredible when you now see women walking with the number of matkas or utensils on their head, carrying it home. That was their responsibility, labor, exploitation, whatever way you look at it. But in some sense, the center of the home coming into contact with the highest level of outside seems like seems like quite an open society in many ways.
Yeah. I mean, it seems they're a way of water engineering.
Yeah.
Right? Seems advanced in that point of view, right? Like they knew about water.
They did.
Then, like much about water system than we do currently.
Well, that's survival dependent on
Right.
it. So, in some sense, you have the same systems when we go into the city of Ahmedabad. You have this rainwater harvesting. We like to call it rainwater harvesting technique, where you've got a tanka, a tank under the house. So you've got a house which is built on a courtyard. The courtyard is small and tight because it needs shade, right? It needs the hot air to go out. Okay, so it's a small, tight courtyard. All the activity happens around the courtyard because it's also where light and ventilation is. It's healthy. But in the monsoon, that's through that courtyard that water comes in. And therefore, it just makes sense that the water goes straight through under that. So under the courtyard is a tank. Now the thing is, in some pole, now pole is a kind of residential unit. So one community lives in a pole. Okay, and if I was to connect my water tank to your water tank, to the next person's water tank, I would get an underground system of connected water, which means I can have that tanka, I can also have a well there. So some houses have a well, okay, in their house. Now that means I get water. Now if I draw this in a kind of cross section for you, it means that as the water fills up, okay, and I've got a cross connection between all of us, water fills up, and then it fills up the whole cross connection. And only once it comes through the cross connection does it come to the upper part of the tanka, into my personal tank. Which means only once everybody's got water, can I get water. Now that's a really sophisticated way of thinking about it. So when we are saying that, water is fundamental, it means I'm thinking about water before I'm thinking about like the design of my house.
Essence of life.
Yeah. Before I'm thinking about my house.
And I never knew this structure existed. Couple of weeks ago, until a couple of weeks ago, most of the India is in the same position as I am. And this place has everything: essence of water, beauty of universe, which is mathematics, and dedication, which is carving, labor, and the beautiful intention, made for travelers, the mosque outside, and how this whole, universe of its own is, with the tea stall outside. It's amazing.
It's a world in itself. It's true.
How many such structures are there yet in Ahmedabad, or such stepwells?
So, when I started the research, I thought there were 2 or 3.
Okay.
By the end of the research, we were able to identify 17.
Okay, in the city?
In the city of Ahmedabad. What is presently the contemporary city of Ahmedabad. One has to be clear. There's 17 of them, and we had an exhibition on these. And it's really interesting because you get a really tiny stepwell, like there's one in the center of the old city in a place called Doshi Pole, which is literally like a stepwell which is meant for a family, or it's attached to a temple, and so maybe for 5-7 people. And then you've got this one which is meant for a community and outsiders, and if you go to Adalaj, it's even larger, and that's the largest one in this area. But we didn't even look at those which are related to villages which are nearby, which are part of what we would call the hinterland of Ahmedabad. And this water system made us realize that many times, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier, that many times the map of a city configures the way that we look at the city. But if we draw the map differently, then maybe we would look at the city and experience the city differently. Let me tell you what I mean by that. If I look at a map of Ahmedabad, okay, there's the Sabarmati River, and then for most of its history, and even now, you'll see Ahmedabad is a kind of circular city. Okay, I mean, whether you look at the old medieval part, which is now World Heritage City.
Okay.
UNESCO.
Old Ahmedabad.
Old Ahmedabad, the medieval part. Okay. Or if I look at now, which is on the east and the west, it's got a kind of circular form. Okay, and particularly when you had a fort wall and the way that the British mapped it, it seemed that the city is like an entity in itself in the landscape. But I mean, we all know that in order for a city to survive, it needs food, water, it needs trade, it needs economic connections, it needs flows from the landscape, the hinterland around. And when you start actually drawing and researching, you realize that for a place like Jetapur would be where the block prints, the blocks for the printing of textiles, which Ahmedabad was well known, were actually made there. So a village is like a kind of production outpost that's making something for this city. Which means now I'm not looking at this as an entity, but that village is in some sense like a network. It's part of a network of settlements.
Like nodes of
like
settlement.
nodes, like of settlements. So now I've got a very different idea of a city. A city is not a blob. It's not something that's either square or rectangular. It's actually like a spider's web which overtakes the entire landscape and has connections. And as you can almost look at it like nerve endings going in and connecting with agriculture, connecting with forestry, connecting with maybe now oil and petroleum and other resources and diamonds and God knows what else. But that tentacular structure is going out into the landscape, and if you don't understand, then you can't understand the symbiosis between the organism that is human-made, which is urban, and the landscape and the geography and the other systems that we are tapping into. So at that level, if I'm looking at it, then this stepwell is really the nerve ending in the landscape that is connecting with the most essential resource. And on the other hand, like I could look at that at any scale. I could look at where's my food coming from, where's the oil that lights the lamp in the temple coming from, who's making that, who are the people involved, communities, etc., etc. And is that happening only in this walled city of Ahmedabad, or is it happening in a village which is maybe 2 days in the bullock cart? And every week somebody comes, brings it and goes. Ahmedabad has 12 gates. I can think about the city as a city with a fort wall, or I can think about the city as a city with 12 gates. And if I'm thinking of it as a city with 12 gates, then I'm thinking of, but what do the gates connect? What's on either side of the gate? And what am I controlling on those flow lines? And I think that's the kind of sense that I'm seeing in the city of Ahmedabad. I mean, the history is one part of it. So where we are sitting, and now I'm like kind of zooming out, almost like on a Google map. I'm saying we are sitting in Baiharirni Wow. Now I've taken you out, and if we were to walk less than 200 meters, we'd come to Asarva Lake, exactly what's providing water to the aquifer. Which is why these two stepwells, Mata Bhavani, the older one, and this one still have water. Okay, and the Municipal Corporation of Ahmedabad, in my opinion, in the 90s, actually had a fantastic idea. It realized that as Ahmedabad is growing, and now we are like mixing history with contemporary projects, as the city is growing, those villages which were out in the landscape are now being engulfed by the city.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm saying that the city of Ahmedabad is growing exponentially. Imagine this, that from somewhere in the 1800s, right up to independence, the population of Ahmedabad was reasonably stable at 350,000.
Okay.
About. This is. We are 11 million now.
Wow, 1.1 CR.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this, the metropolitan region. I'm just saying, therefore, the city has grown geographically. And what was a village? Ahmedabad was here. The medieval there was a village here called Asarva. Now it is in the city of Ahmedabad. Right? You thought of this as very much part of Ahmedabad. Asarva would have been outside Ahmedabad 100 years ago. Right? So I'm saying that as the city grows, it's engulfing, taking over. Those villages are now within the city. They're urban villages. And even like places like which are very close to the city, or in that time, were villages. Kocharam, which is where Gandhiji had his first ashram in Ahmedabad.
Okay.
Or if I go to Navrangpura, which is the university area, there's a Navrangpura village. But they're all villages. There's a lake over there, weird lake. But all of these villages now, in the 90s, as the city grew, the municipality realized, oh, these are interesting kind of opportunities that we can actually have public space. These lakes can be developed as water bodies, and they can have public space around them, maybe a park or something. They did a few quite badly.
Okay.
But the idea was really interesting, Clinton. What they thought was, okay, we've also messed up in our planning. So there are roads which are flooding because we haven't taken water levels in account. So what if we use these lakes to address some of the bad planning, take water out, put them in the well, rather than them flooding streets. But then we connect these lakes, so that if one area doesn't have enough water, it equalizes with the other area. So there's evenly distributed water across the city, and we can use it both at times of flooding as well as times of drought. Because if I've got all this interconnected, then I can pump in water there at the time of drought, and I can release water at the time, because then the idea was that we'll take this all out and connect it to the Sabarmati basin, and so it can go out or in from there. This was the general.
I think this is the most critical infrastructure Ahmedabad needs rather than the metro.
Well, I have a difference of opinion on that, but we'll come to that.
Yes.
I mean, so all I'm saying is that this idea was a good idea. It hasn't been implemented well, and we have challenges politically, logistically, even infrastructurally to actually get these things concerned. But I'm just saying that it's not that we don't know how to think about water anymore. It is that we have that. And finally, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket
meaning
science.
the lake interconnectivity.
No, I'm saying water is not rocket science.
Okay.
It is, in my opinion, the technology is common sense. It's gravity, it's flow, it's collection, it's understanding these things. In the sense, like, I don't need any specialized knowledge in order to understand this. It's everyday knowledge that if I sit and think about it, just will work in a particular way. So I'm putting it in that sense. But yes, one acknowledges this in terms of as a supplementary infrastructure. And many people ask, I think whenever one is talking about these, like, should we revive these for supplementary water supply in a time of climate degradation? The problem is, and this is why I come to multiple ways of thinking about infrastructure, is this will not be able to support 11 million people. It's not possible. Right? So anybody who's telling you, oh, let's revive traditional water systems and compensate for, they knew how, how to be sustainable. Yes, they knew for the limits of their numerical universe, in the sense that there was a mathematics, there was a limit, you worked within those parameters. In our time, those have changed. The scale is very, very different, and therefore the same technology and the solution doesn't work for the increase in scale. That we should preserve this, of course we should. It's a knowledge
archaeologically,
system. But no, even in terms of ideas. I mean, actually we should preserve and conserve these even in terms of the ideas that they hold. They hold very important relationships, which is what I was telling you, that the relationship between symbolism, social space, women, gender, all of that is all held here. Now, when I'm designing...
What are the top 5 ideas of this place?
You can't hold me like this. I'm not one of those people who can do this. I can't do this statistically.
No. What do you like about this place? Like, what are the critical ideas?
I mean, it's not that. It's the question of the critical ideas. One is...
Which we missed in the present, which is...
No, I think it's not about... I think...
Can we take some inspiration from this place for the present generation?
I do think so. I do think the fact that you're not looking at single solution-oriented design, that you are not only designing to supply water. This is, for me, the biggest thing, that there are let's try 5 things that this building does. Okay, it not only looks at supplying water. Okay, it looks at comfort. It looks at social relationship. It looks at inside or outside. It looks at the
beauty of architecture.
No, that of course. But what I'm saying is, it looks at, let's say, the tomb, the mosque, those symbolic and social registers as well. I would say let's look at 3. It not only has to do use. Okay, and we are a function-based society. We think only about function. Form follows a function is a little bit limiting, in my opinion. What it means, what it symbolizes, how it connects, all of those things are, to me, equally important. And for a piece of infrastructure to do only one thing seems to be actually a waste. You must think of it in multiple terms.
Multi-use.
You know, I think about this, and in many of my lectures I show a photograph of a Ferrari.
Okay.
And then I show I don't know if you know this vehicle, which is called a Jugaad.
Okay.
Okay, Jugaad is basically 4 wheels, and it's used a lot in Madhya Pradesh and UP. And it's got a water pump, which is attached to the frame.
Okay.
And the thing is, you can take it takes 4 nut bolts to take off the water pump from the vehicle, disconnect it from the gearbox, and put it in the field, and it can be used to pump water. And it's put back, and in non-harvest times, non-irrigation times, it's used to commute and earn a living for people by ferrying them up and down the highway. There's multiple things, okay, and you can use the same pump on the same frame to attach it to that thing that makes ganna, sugarcane juice. And you can do multiple things with this. Okay. Now, that vehicle is exactly the opposite of a Ferrari. A Ferrari is meant for one thing: speed, sexy speed. It's designed for that and does it fantastically. You cannot compete with the Ferrari on that score. This thing is like us, chalta hai. Everything will do well enough.
Right.
You know, and that technology is very different. And my sense is that I'm not saying that everything should be like that. No, that's also sloppy and it's got too much tolerance. Okay, but I'm saying that there is a space for that, and there's a space for high precision technology. Actually, there's a I think he's an anthropologist, Richard Sennett, or maybe he's sociologist, anthropologist, and he once said in a conference that you have cutters of many types. You have a butter knife, and you use it for applying butter, and it doesn't really need a very sharp edge. And it's made out of sometimes silver, but sometimes it's just made out of stainless steel. And I don't need to apply too much technology to it. It's an everyday object. And on the other hand, like, I have titanium cutters that cut the ceramic shell of the space shuttle in complex curves. And those are made with the most high level of precision, diamond edged, so that the level of cutting precision is down to nanometer, whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying that level of precision. Those cutters that cut the ceramic for the space shuttle have a technological precision that I would be mad to use to make a butter knife. You have to decide whether architecture is an everyday object or is the space shuttle. Most of the time, architecture is an everyday object. Common sense is a good thumb rule.
You're saying precision shouldn't be prioritized as much as we do in the present day.
I'm saying we should really question why precision is important, even in function. Most of the time, when we think about function as precise, it is hegemony. I'll tell you what I mean by that. That 20 years ago, it was very common to find kitchens, especially in smaller towns and villages in India, where you sat on the floor and cooked. Because of the media and architectural media and the way that film industry has worked, you will now find it much more difficult. Everybody wants a platform kitchen. Why is that? Why do we want a platform kitchen in a climate where it's cooler on the floor? When we were used to sitting on the floor and eating, or sitting on the floor period, crossing legs, why is it that we now think it's really functional to sit on a chair or sleep on a bed and not on a mat?
Interesting question.
And the thing is, I need a lot more things. Okay, so you can put that in whatever perspective you want. And there's a whole market that comes with this new way of.
So you mean because of advertising,
well, of course,
people change the behavior? I mean, people change the way they.
Because of cultural disseminations of various kinds, we are being educated in a particular manner.
Like, media.
Yeah. I mean, now you get tables where you stand and work.
Right.
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't stand and work. I think it's good for your back and to be. But we've come to that problem because we sit too much, and we sit too much on a chair. But like I see old 18th, 19th century photographs, everybody used to sit cross-legged and work. I remember this scene in one of my classrooms. You draft. There's a certain posture to drafting because it comes from the West, and you sit on a table and you look at fountainhead type architects. There's the drafting board. It's all way, and there's a certain discipline to drafting and map making and cartography. And one of the boys, students who came from a village, cross-legged on the table, drafting like that. And he had to be conditioned to sit properly and draft. Okay, now these are images that come from a time that is, our friend has come to say enough.
Okay. I think we had a good, for the first start.
Yeah.
I think I would like to cover the evolution of Ahmedabad from before the Sultanate period to the contemporary. Every layer of Ahmedabad in great detail.
We'll try.
We'll go to your office.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, thank you.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's been my second day or third day at Ahmedabad, and this is my first trip to the city.
Right.
And when I looked over, when I was traveling in metro, auto rickshaw, one of the incredible city. Like it's one of the you felt like it's a living archive of multiple civilization layered on one another, like from very old to even the present day, and so many layers in between. So I want to pass through every layer and the evolution of the city, and from the very start of the civilization to where we are right now, and the problems the citizens or the city faces. Shall we?
Yeah, but it's interesting that you thought about that as a positive thing. You know, I mean, I think that the fact that we live in multiple civilizations, multiple civilizational times, in the sense that, I mean, as an architect, I feel it all the time because, I mean, if you look at labor patterns on the way that buildings get constructed, who's making our buildings? We talk about skilled labor, unskilled labor. Who are these people? I think it's a really important question. And you can recognize urbanity through the physical artifacts that make up a city, buildings, infrastructure, all the stuff that gives us comfort. Or you can look at it through people and the lives they live and the way they live. And we normally groan about the fact that we've got migrant labor squatting on pavements and, messing up the neatness of our cities that don't allow them to be like Europe or like other parts of the Western world or developed world, however you want to kind of describe it. And to recognize that those people are perhaps of an Adivasi community that has a history that connects the northeast of India right down to the southern tip where the Todas and other communities live, and that the Gond tribe used to traverse the whole geography of this country, and that before we were Bharat, India, Hindustan, we were Gondwana, and that the memory of those civilizational, or shall we say that the traces of that civilization still lives among us, is something that I don't think we consider of value anymore. Our image, if I look at some of the kind of ways in which we've projected ourselves, particularly in the last 20 years, has been that we would like to be a shining new place, and particularly in Gujarat. I think with initiatives like the riverfront, initiatives like the riverfront development, but also Gift City, where it's a Dubai-esque kind of image of shining new glass and steel buildings, which talk about wealth in a particular way, and they talk about corporate wealth. They talk about organizations of a certain scale, because you can only build like that if you ascribe to a certain economy, and that we fantasized about that at one stage. I think now there's more doubt about whether that's a sustainable kind of city. But my point is that our aspirations are always colored by that sense of efficiency, smooth, frictionless glass, not the effervescent, fractal, broken incrustations that we have in our kind of cities. So the fact that you recognize it, I think, is very interesting, because it suggests a more plural way of looking at cities. And I certainly subscribe to that particular view that, that if we are to be democratic and inclusive, then we must not have very singular ideas of beauty. And the singular idea of a beauty can only come from a fascist mentality, whatever you say.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how beautiful it is. It can only come from singularities. It doesn't matter if you're the greatest king in the world.
It's driven by envy as well, looking at other places. And
in our case, perhaps, but that's a colonial legacy. That envy, or that envy always comes from an insecurity of not being good enough. And we can leave that psychoanalytical reading.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that the neatness of singularity can only come with extreme power.
Right.
And the multiplicities that you are talking about can only exist where there is true plurality and acceptance and tolerance, and a kind of way of acknowledging that which you don't understand. So if I was to say that there is an Adivasi way of life, certainly a settled, anchored person, settled and anchored in domesticity, will not subscribe to it. And we know caste dynamics that exclude and consider one superior to the other. But somehow they do coexist. And I think we don't.
They're still there.
They're still there. And I can tell you stories of the time that I lived and worked in post-earthquake situation in Saurashtra, where communities which are marginalized have such an incredible control over central communities to things that we may not ascribe to, because we don't understand the power of black magic. We don't understand the idea of what a shrap is, a curse. These are things that are alive and real, and we may look at it as superstition, but they are ways that they counterbalance power in many ways. And there are things that we don't acknowledge in terms of the multiplicity of registers of cultural meaning that, at least me, from coming, as I mentioned to you, that coming from a Scottish educational society in Mumbai, that background of education, to be able to understand that I may be well-intentioned in spreading education, but education routes people to place in a very particular way. You have to send your children to the same school every day, which means you are bound and that you can't move, which means nomadic ways of life institutionally are challenged. And I think the fact that we still hope, or some of us still hope, that there is this plurality of civilizational times, I think is a good thing
Okay.
to have, because otherwise we'll only have infrastructure.
This is one of the rare cities which has like extraordinary urban histories anywhere in the world, not just in India. Like the history of urbanity.
Yes.
Right. So, what do you say is the character of Ahmedabad?
Actually, it's very similar to what we are talking about now. I'd say it's a very, I mean, it sounds absolutely counterintuitive, and a lot of people might be surprised at this because of recent histories. And of course, there's this Howard Spodek book, which talks about violence as a register of the history of Ahmedabad. I mean, we've had more riots in the 20th century than many other places. And those kind of contestations. But I'd still say that there is something incredible about Ahmedabad in the way that it accepts and uses the outsider. That somehow in this place, the outsider has played a very important role in the way that the core communities that make up the city, or have always made up the city, are shaped and formed. And this is whether you look at the Milonas and the way that they brought in, artists, scientists, new ways, modernized ways of thinking, institutional structure, all of that. Whether you look at trade and commerce and the fact that the Gujarati community travels, moves, is connected to every part of the world. I don't know, when we look at it in an architectural sense, if I look at the great architects we consider from Ahmedabad, like B.V. Doshi or Anant Raje or even Corbusier, they're all outsiders. And yet they gave the city a certain type of identity. I could look at that in many ways. I don't know about things like music and poetry and literature and so on, but I understand from people who know a little bit better that this is true across the board. It's a very strange phenomenon when you think about it. And I do think that this fascination of tradition and newness, the balance and the constant play between this, somebody who is, you said, describe it as a person, it's somebody who's always at the cusp of wanting to be rooted and wanting adventure. And it's a city like that. And there's always going to be a little bit of violence in a person like that has to be controlled by domesticity or by an expression of the adventure. So I look at it a bit like that.
Interesting.
And it is what fascinated me about Ahmedabad. I came from Bombay, which you would imagine is a lively metropolitan city. And this was in those days considered a provincial town. I'm talking about even as late as the 1990s. And I've been fascinated by the city almost as a laboratory to understand other quote unquote Indian cities. And I think some of that plurality existed. And perhaps because there's been a real clampdown on that plurality through political process, it's a really interesting laboratory to see how it kind of responds to that kind of power control, etc., etc. So how do cities really respond to these kind of things? And we are living through it still. We are living through the consequences of those, how would you say, actions. Frictions. And we are putting it very politely and politically correctly, but that's the way to perhaps say it right now. But and therefore, it's been a laboratory to understand this very complex thing that we call Indian urbanity. And I'd say that's.
So you would say that friction exists because of too much diversity, or?
No, I don't think that friction. I think that friction exists or has been created. It does not exist. It has been created artificially because we aspire for that smoothness, for that singularity that comes with no opposition. And I mean, if you look at political and social thought in the 80s and 90s, at the time of liberalization in this country, the thought was that we are so inefficient, that we are so cumbersome, that the government cannot even do the simplest things in the way that it is done in London or New York or Tokyo. I mean, why is it not so? And I think that in many cases, I think that the parameters were not accurately defined. This is my personal position, and from whatever I've looked at. And I still think that there are many misconceptions that somehow, if you are able to build systems that are highly efficient, okay, really good metro system, really kind of superb BRTS, highway systems with our minister, Mr. Gadkari, keeps kind of talking about that. Somehow we will become as efficient as other parts of the world. My sense is we've misunderstood efficiency. That redundancy is a very important ecological factor in the way societies work. And
can you elaborate that?
Yeah, I mean, let me give you an example, because I think that's the way to look at it. Let's say I have a really well-designed metro system, as we have in many cities actually now. If I can't take care of the connectivity at the ends of the system and how they plug into other systems, I will get efficiencies or deficiencies in the way that the infrastructure works, which means I have to control everything. It's not just the metro system. I have to control the way that autos work, rickshaws work, transport works. So nothing is left outside the public or government-controlled system. Or else, let's not even call it government control, singular system. Now, when you have smaller populations and lesser densities, it's easier to control. It's easier to control through price regulation, through licensing, etc., etc. The minute you get to certain types of density, you will just have so many people willing to do the same thing in different ways. It just makes common sense to me that 5 people are available to do the same job, which means there will be 5 different ways that the end can be connected to the system, which means by default that there will be duplication, and that redundancy will make the system not more efficient but more robust. That if one part of the system collapses, it will still work. This is the magic of Indian cities, okay, to me, that the redundancies are so large. Okay, and people will just say that that's because we are not organized enough. I think that there's a certain kind of biological analogy that one will use, that abundance creates certain types of systems which, having exactly the right kind of precise numbers that match and finish the system, do not have, and they don't work in the same way. And so our systems will be much more robust. They will be much more, how would you say, durable, but they will not be efficient. And that's, to me, is a very important character of the Indian city, which we will lose if we make it in glass and steel and singular modalities. It will not be able to take in account all the variety of civilizational times that you mentioned. Okay, because they don't subscribe to the same logic. So you can't flatten them all and expect them to behave. And we use it using a certain kind of fake morality. Ki Adivasi, or you will call them bad names, or that they are backward or forward or whatever, so that everybody falls in line. And we use education and all of that in many ways to flatten societies into. That's where the friction lies. It doesn't lie in the fact that there's multiplicity. It's just that we don't know how to deal with the multiplicity in the image of trying to become efficient, become more. I don't know. For me, efficiency is a how would you say, a placeholder for a kind of hegemony of getting people in one mode so that you control them in that way. But life is not lived like that. And cities are finally organisms that are supposed to be able to take into account a certain richness of life, if that environment is supposed to be meaningful and rich and so on and so forth. And for me, that's very important in terms of what makes our cities. I mean, I have a personal limit that I can bear living. I really enjoy visiting cities in other parts of the world
Right.
for their architectural interest, for their urban experiments, etc., etc. But for pure throbbing life, you have to ask what makes our cities so vibrant and messy and
Right.
ugly sometimes. Right? You can't deny the other adjectives.
Right. When this city opens outsiders, and I could see that, I could feel that, like, I mean, welcoming vibes, like, for the outsiders. But when you start telling people the deeper story of this city, what is the one thing about Ahmedabad that they simply don't believe?
What? Yeah, it depends who you're talking to, right? I mean, it's an interesting question. I don't know. It depends at what level. At the most, like how would you say, superfluous level, it's interesting. I think they would be really surprised by the amount of ice cream that's consumed in the city,
Okay.
amount of chai. Yeah.
Chai, yeah.
Yeah, well, things like that. But no, I mean, also, like we have a former client who came not from South India but North India. And he used to find it very interesting that you could actually drive into a chai stall, not different from the one we visited, and you could find BMWs and fancy cars parked at that stall. So somebody completely capable of affording the fanciest hotel would still find that there's something valuable about sitting on a street and having chai with a bunch of friends and after a morning walk. And I think it's something to say about the city. I get clients who have lived in very affluent parts of international cities coming back and wanting to do up their old childhood home in the messiest part of the old city with a little bit of comfort, not so that they can go there and live there, but so that while they are sitting in the street, their wife and her friends can use the house. Okay, so they are out in the street, the men. Okay, and you can read this in a gender way, whichever way you like. But the point is that for a particular quality of life that comes from a notion of how you engage socially in the street, in public space. Yeah, there is still a value for that. And it's an old value that continues.
Nice.
And this is what I mean by inside and outside. And
Right.
is that you can go wherever you go in the world, and you will, in some sense, come back to maybe a different place, but the sense of socializing in a particular manner is born when you inhabit this space. I still enjoy it. Like, for example, there is something about I can in the part of Bombay that I live. I'm sure I do near my office find a tea stall. There is something about sitting on the side of the street on a stainless steel chair like we did today for unlimited amount of time. They never got rid of us. But we have able to have a conversation in public space. It's not the cafe of Paris, but it certainly has a character of its own. In India, we are facing a problem of public space. You will have to say this because, I mean, more and more, when I look at uh, having just spent considerable time in Bombay, I find that more and more people socialize in private spaces, in a cafe, in a mall, in a cinema, whatever, clubs. These are all private spaces. Public parks, the street, uh, except for those who have to, is not a recreational or
Preferred way of.
preferred domain of choice. And that means our cities are degrading. And if you've got a city in which that is still alive and that there is a quality of urban design, and you have to admit that Ahmedabad has modern urban design for which very particular people are should be kind of given more than due credit. It means that it's pleasant actually to be on a street. There's a footpath, there's a curb, there's ways of thinking about it. I have some reservations about some of it, but it's still, there is thought, there is action on this, and I think you have to acknowledge that it shapes a city. The fact that I've got a Starbucks cannot ever be a parameter of urban what would you say, progress. I mean, in terms of urbanity, we can't look at that as a parameter. Say my city has a Starbucks, we've reached a certain level of that only talks about a certain type of nexus of economic relational, I don't know, configurations with corporate, the corporate world, that the city and the corporate world are much more entwined. But is it a place that citizens enjoy? I don't know. I think you have to look at another kind of parameter. Okay, is like, do children enjoy being in the city? I think those are questions that you should ask. I think we are asking too often questions about work, education, and really questions that are more appropriate or apply more to somebody who's over the age of 17 and under the age of 60. And those parameters are.
So, what is something about Ahmedabad that people who have lived here their entire lives still don't fully notice?
Oh, I'm sure they notice because they use it all the time.
Okay.
And they use this. They use the ability to break a line. Okay, and I mean this in every way. Nobody will stand in a line. Okay, and one might generalize it for Indians in general, but I think it's a heightened situation in Ahmedabad that traffic, nobody's driving in a line. Geometrically, the line is not looked at as having too much value. Okay, even lines between inside and outside are kind of a little bit either fat, which means that you can occupy a position in the gray between two extremes, or they are broken and folded. Okay, in which case you can face two directions at the same time. But it means you never have to kind of totally be on one side or the other. This binary, kind of either or thinking is not looked at as very useful. And there's a much more gray, fuzzy logic, chaotic way of navigating the world. And I think that's something that maybe I've said it in a very kind of academic way, but I think it's really an important character of this city, that if I even go to the old city and see the buildings, okay, they fold in and out. And if I get a really straight line in a city, which is what everybody thinks is the quality of a beautiful street, is a straight street. But if you get one that folds back and forth and you're winding through a city, it's not the line that's important, it's the corner that's important. I think what we forget to see is how important corners are for all of us. We all love our corners. Okay, we love our corners because they're cozy, they're intimate, they're private, they feel like I'm held. If I shake your hand, okay, you look at the way that our hands interlock. They form corners. And I'm taking my corner and I'm locking it with your corner. Okay, and I make this concave corner, and it's a form of intimacy. The same concave corner, which if I turn around like that and I sit inside, and I'm being held by. Okay, and if I hug you, I will make a concave corner. I will wrap my body around you. And buildings wrap themselves around you as well. And streets wrap themselves around you. And those are the intimate corners. And equally, the moment I make one type of corner, I will always make the other side of the corner, which is the convex corner. So the convex corner is always aggressive. When I want to like box with you, I will make a convex corner. If I want to elbow you in the street, I will make a convex corner. If I want to make a Renaissance fortification, I will make a bastion. I will make a burj. I will make a convex corner. So all aggression is the convex corner. Now the thing is, they're both simultaneously made. So the minute I let go of my fixation with lines, and I say that, okay, when the line breaks, corners are formed. The moment one type of corner is formed, the other corner is simultaneously formed. I cannot have a singularity of corner. They're not exclusive. A line, the inside is exclusive of the outside. The line divides it. The corner, I get to decide whether I want to activate the concave or the convex corner. It's simultaneous, and I can activate either at the same time. So if I'm a shop in the street, I will use the convex corner to my advantage because I will go out into the street and I will be visible. So you will see that shops always make convex corners so that I'm out in the street and I want to sell my saris or vegetables or whatever it is. But when I'm a house, okay, in those streets, I will make the concave corners and my entrance will come in from there many times, right? And therefore that intimacy of leaving the street, going into the house is not, I don't need to make a gate there. It is the intimacy of the corner that gives it domesticity. And therefore the subtleness of the way that you read that, that space is very important. And we know how to do it. In Ahmedabad, everybody knows how to do it. They do it all the time. And I'm sure it's true in other cities as well. But for me, I noticed it most clearly in Ahmedabad as a student. And it's been a fascinating laboratory from that perspective as to how they do this and how they've been doing it for centuries. I have a untested theory that it's partly a climatic requirement. Okay, and the reason I say climatic is because it's got to do with folding the edge of your building. And I'm talking about now inside, outside, and concave and convex in architectural terms, though I mean it in every layer of spatial thinking. Not only every layer and every scale, not only at the level of architecture, but even urbanity and so on. But the minute I start folding things into corners, and if I now zoom out and look at objects that have a lot of corners, it means that they will have an unlimited amount of surface area because I will have broken it up into crenellations because it's all corners. It's not a cube, right? It's a barnacle on a rock, not a perfect sphere, right? Which basically means if you know this object, which is called what? Sierpinski's cube. Yeah, which is finite volume, infinite surface area. That's what the city of Ahmedabad is. That's what Indian cities are. Finite volume, infinite surface area, which is a fantastic way to really deal with tropical climate here. There is no other way to talk about this.
Can you simplify that?
I'm just saying
finite volume, infinite surface area.
Infinite. I'm just like, I've got a line. The tighter that line, okay, the less the surface area that, or less the length that line will have. The more I break up that line from point A to B, okay, the greater its length. To actually simple. If I'm looking at a coastline, the length of the coastline depends on the scale at which I'm looking at the coastline. The more I zoom in, the longer the coastline, right? Because I'll have to measure every rock, right? If I zoom out, I'll get a straight line, right? So the more I zoom in, and it's the Indian city, the more I zoom into the Indian city, the more bloody surface area I will get. Infinite surface area. Because everything is bloody part of our surface. My building doesn't end at the building. I will pull out a canopy, I will take one furniture, I will add one bamboo, one more shamiana, and I will extend my space. But where my building ends, I don't know. I will define urban space through furniture. So it's not, my city is not made with buildings. It is made with a billion elements. And who told us that the elements have to form something intermediate called a building? So when we say that our cities are illegible or messy, it's only that you cannot read them as buildings all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you should. Yeah. And so for us to decide when we should read which part of our cities as buildings and which as not. So all I'm saying is that the minute you lose the hegemony of the line and you start saying that that line can go all over the place, in this plan of the city, if water needs to flow, oh, let it flow. Let my buildings be along that line. In the vertical dimension, let the buildings move in and out so my streets are shaded. Let the upper level come out. Why do I need it all in one line? Why do I need steel and glass to make a clean surface? Let alone what's happening to the microwave inside that bloody glass box. Okay, outside. I'm sure you've seen that Instagram reel in some place in the West where the concave glass surface concentrated the sun and blew up a car. Mm-hmm. But I mean, all I'm saying is that that glass surface in our climate seems to be a bit of a problem. Mm-hmm. Not only because it's glass and that it behaves in a particular manner, but the sheer geometry of these buildings seem to be counter to the climatic and geographic region that we are in. And it's because some 19th century aesthetic developed in Paris, where the avenue became really important. Mm. There were theories about a good street being a straight street. And there's a whole literature. You can call it propaganda, you can call it whatever you like. Planning requirements, some people even look at it as a prophecy that foresaw the advent of vehicular traffic. Okay, and that requires a new logic. I am talking about cities that were pedestrian and prior to fossil fuel locomotion. But if I'm looking at cities where there's a little bit of movement, I think we can say that the number of levels at which they are able to resolve issues of habitation are much more. The minute you get straight lines, it can only be vehicular. What is the other logic? Efficiencies of vehicles, efficiencies of water supply, drainage, electricity, all of those things become. But if I start looking at the robustness and richness of life, there are many questions that we are all critical of.
That's what you love about Indian cities.
That is what I love about the cities that I'm inhabiting. Yes, okay. Absolutely. That I think that we have not been able to plan them to that extent that many of the richer spatial dimensions that are important to us biologically have been eradicated. They have not been eradicated yet. Unfortunately, we are getting more and more certain that they need to be eradicated for some reason to achieve a certain mechanical efficiency. This is what I do feel. And my sense is that the more cyborgic we become, the more difficult it will be to argue for these dimensions of our environment. And I don't mean environment like forests and rivers and so on. I mean urban environments which have a certain richness for life. And so I do enjoy being able to be in a shaded space like we were today, outside the Bhai Harir Wow. I think that's one of the most special chai shops I know of. I used to have a very good friend. He was a writer, passed away too young. And his and my idea in our mid-30s was to find the most beautiful chai shop in Ahmedabad. And we would go keep trying out which is the most beautiful. I think the last one we visited together just has a tree. It is somewhere in the new part of Ahmedabad. So it's counter to the fact that the new well-planned part of our city can't have this. But it does exist. A really beautiful, well-made place where the chai galla has a stone put neatly with no garbage, shade, a certain degree of quietude. So it's a little bit inside off the main road. These are just very simple things. Everything. Who would argue with me that silence is a real value in a city? That we really look for this. I mean, we have gated communities because we value these things. Now, it's incredible when you go to the medieval part of Ahmedabad that You can be on the busiest bazaar street and you go one courtyard inside and there's utter silence. And I can take you to a Haveli tomorrow and show this to you. And there's bloody freight traffic. And right now we have a problem of freight traffic in the old city because half that medieval UNESCO World Heritage Site, half, 60 odd % of it is being used as warehouses. They're not being used as domestic premises. In spite of that, which means your traffic problem there is about rickshaws and chota hathis and not about actual cars. And yet with all that noise, you go into the Haveli courtyard of Divanjini Haveli and there is utter silence. So, and one street in, one courtyard in. So I'm saying that is there a certain acoustics to this? I don't know. There's no study that I've read about it. But I can imagine that this fractal broken surface area that I was talking to you about is exactly the way we design auditoriums.
It's interesting how you notice these things.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but I have no proof of it because there's no study.
But no, you don't.
But I'm saying,
you felt it, right?
But no, it's not a question of feeling. I'm just looking at consistencies of pattern that one recognizes as one is a practitioner, as one walks in the city, and what one sees and experiences. So I'm not sure that there's a scientific basis to what I'm saying. But I certainly think there's
enough patterns.
But I'm saying there's enough of a case one can make for it to at least commission a study.
That was a nice pitch.
Well, once an academic.
It has been historically a wealthy city. And when you look at the city across centuries, so what are the 2 or 3 forces that repeatedly generated wealth here?
Geographical position is clearly one of them, isn't it?
What about geography?
No, geographical position at the base of the Aravallis, on the way between Khambat, the port cities, and Delhi. Certain kind of, how would you say, in the way that Toynbee, the historian, says, it has that geography where it's a little bit harsh, so things don't grow easily. You have to work for it, but when you work for it, there's great reward. And I think that kind of having that kind of soil and that kind of geographical position is really important to the ethos of work here. You work hard and there is reward to be had. And whether that's trade, whether that's commerce, whether that's textile, whether that's architecture, I think historically that has worked. There's also And therefore, one has to look at the relationship between what you are referring to. Wealthy is a word that I think is a very recent word. I would say that there is certain abundance and there is certain kind of austerity. And whether it's the Jain community or whether it's the landscape, I would say that the sense of austerity here is quite high. I jokingly say that's the reason why modern architecture took such a root here, because it had this, it had a certain austerity that came from a brutalist architecture and so on and so forth. And it did resonate with a certain type of philosophical orientation that the city had, that you don't show off your wealth. It's not publicly seen and so on and so forth, publicly projected. It does have, but that has changed. I mean, you have to also see that in more recent times, that is not that
case anymore.
No, it is much more visible. I mean, the fact that in Ahmedabad now, on the western part, you have actually a road called Billionaires Row is something that is quite telling about that change. If you look at the architecture of the western part, I do think you have to acknowledge that there is a sense of change to that. And that might also be because who inhabits Ahmedabad is changing. That there is a much larger, for lack of a better word, migrant community that comes from other parts of this country. And it must, just like many people from Ahmedabad have gone to every other part of the world. So whether you're looking at the pharmaceutical industry or you're looking at software and that industry, I think you will find that there are a large number of people who don't originate from Ahmedabad now consider Ahmedabad as home, whether permanently or temporarily. That's an open question. But I'm saying who inhabit the city, and that plurality has increased. The plurality we were talking about, which is in civilizational time and not in professional time, that always existed. But in professional time, in terms of the fact that you have mid-career people coming to live in Ahmedabad, that's a new phenomenon, or a newer phenomenon.
Okay. So what does the food culture of Ahmedabad tell us about people who live here?
Well, it's interesting, no? I find this food culture question really interesting because, our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, is very happy that we are going to have the bullet train. And he was very supportive to give Maruti Suzuki land near Sanand, which does mean that there are Japanese who live in the city of Ahmedabad, and that suddenly now sushi is available in this city in certain parts. And we have Miniso because Japanese need to go to a supermarket where they get the things they need. Or we may soon have a Muji, but because we are a second-tier city, Muji is in Bombay. Okay, but these hierarchies do play out, and you register them in that manner. But what I'm saying is, suddenly having fish is not such a big deal. When you have this kind of cosmopolitanism, is not such a big deal. And if I look at the fact that vendors were being removed from the medieval part of the city for selling non-vegetarian food, you can now sense the frictions that I'm talking about in this city that have been manufactured by policy that is industrial policy, or who you're giving land to, who you're subsidizing. So your bullet train and your Maruti development is in friction with your policy of removing vendors who sell meat on the street, which clearly tell you that the problem is about a particular community and it is not about the food. So, I mean, I'm just saying that it's interesting how these developmental projects bring into focus cultural nuances and cultural patterns that make things visible. I certainly think like certain kind of, I don't know, when you say cuisine, I mean, I can take you to Chandra Vilas and we can have the most fantastic Gujarati breakfast there. There will be the 5-star hotels that cater to a particular type of non-spicy tourist food projected from traditional cuisines. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to go to the roadside corner and have a cup of tea with a Parle G biscuit, which you can get anywhere in the country.
What's the most Ahmedabad behavior you have ever seen?
I'll tell you what that is for me. That is like a person coming on the wrong side of the road, okay, and scolding me for looking angrily at him. That is the most wonderful Ahmedabad experience.
Long before Ahmedabad existed as a city, what was this land? Who was living here and how were they living? Who were the original inhabitants
my
of this
understanding
place?
of this is that this would have been a tribal land. It would have been the Bhils, as far as I understand. And they would have had small villages in a sandy, semi-arid landscape, not very different from what, if you were to go a few miles west to Saurashtra, you would see a continuation of that landscape. It would have been mostly animal husbandry, some agriculture, but rain-driven, so therefore seasonal. Hard work, but rewarding when done right. And I do think that there would have been small tribal formations that were competing for resources at that point in time. There was the Solanki dynasty that was looking at things in terms of infrastructure, the same dynasty that would have been responsible for the Queen Stepwell in Patan. The headquarters would have been in Patan. That would have been the capital at that time. And irrigation would have been an important aspect of the imagination. I already explained to you that water would have been absolutely fundamental aspect uh, of just
City character.
not city. There would have been no city, so to say.
Right.
There would have been largely what we consider hamlets, 500,000, 2,000 people living together, largely connected by through kinship. Marriage and social ties would have been currency for association and agglomeration of power. Of course, physical force would have been an important thing. Therefore, military prowess would have been important. What we call Ahmedabad at that time would have been a small village called Ashawal, which is actually the little bit Ashawal.
Okay, Ashawal.
Yeah, which as far as I know, would have constituted a square of the city, which is to the center east of our present Ahmedabad. 1/4 would have been the original village. And then there would have been this rollicking Musalman, Ahmad Shah, actually his father, who would have roamed around like a kind of bandit, kind of little bit of a marauder.
Where was he from?
I'm not totally sure, actually. But I would imagine the area near Baroda coming up. He would have probably come in from Afghanistan, come to Delhi, been appointed as a governor in Gujarat. Yeah, so I think Afghanistan's a good bet. He would have been Afghani or Turk. I don't remember which. I know it's well established, but I think it's Afghani. And I think he would have been governor. And when Timur pillaged Delhi, it would have given him an opportunity to, kind of exert his independence here. And the Gujarat Sultanate would have started breaking away. Because there was turmoil in Delhi, they couldn't afford to concentrate on. So as a governor, he would have declared a kind of independence.
Interesting.
And he would have controlled a certain area that we now look at in the Gujarat, would have taken over Patan and transferred the capital to Ahmedabad to exert again a power equation. I think originally Ahmedabad would have been a garden city. It would have been this incredible citadel, small, which is the Bhadra Fort, up to the Teen Darwaza, which is the 3 gates, would have been there was a smaller precinct first, which was a citadel, which was just nobles living in a camp fortification. Interestingly, the Gujarat Sultanate never built a palace, which is very interesting politically. We'll come to that. They built the fort as a form at the head of the city, and then they built what would you call it? It's almost like a garden in front of it, but more like a plaza, what is now Bhadra Square, which leads to the 3 gates. And that would have been, the mosques would have been more like Eidgahs. And if you see the building even of the Jami Mosque, the colonnade which is put around the main square, not the main square, the courtyard, that used to be open, like the Jami Mosque in Delhi. So you would have looked out into the city. Now the city, you can imagine, at that time would have been garden, because you're looking on what is now Gandhi Road, which would have been, from travelers' records, fruit trees, oranges growing there. And you would have been looking out into that. And many of these mosques, if you look at the King's Mosque, the mosque which is part of the Caravanserai and the Royal Complex, Ahmad Shah's Mosque, that's the same type. The garden was more important. So it's more like an Eidgah. And an Eidgah is a mosque normally on the outside of the city with just a platform and a wall. It doesn't have a building. And therefore the surroundings are sacred as well. But you separate the ground and sanctify the ground. So it's a very open city, actually. It's not a city that's insecure, in my understanding. And there's some historical record that suggests that as the city grows, as nobles occupy what are the 7 puras of Ahmedabad, each of the tekras. I mean, we love to think of the fact that Rome has 7 hills and Ahmedabad has 7 mountains. But each tekra developing, there would have been gardens there. And it is believed that at one point there were 28 historical gardens in the city of Ahmedabad, which form these places. So it's a loose city, you know. It's like any other city. There is Ashawal, which is the original settlement that gives it a certain density. There is the access of the royal promenade, so to say, and then the square and the palace. And then the enclosure increases to incorporate all of these as the city grows and as the kind of potential increases, as people from the hinterland start migrating to the city because there's greater economic potential and it densifies. But originally it would have just been like nobles living there. You have a caravanserai, and as I was expecting to, the caravanserai is a infrastructure for trade. Okay, so unless I can make Ahmedabad a place where people trade, then if they come there, I charge them a tax and I charge them for the use of that infrastructure, which is what then gives you a certain kind of wealth. And the more people that come for trade, the more wealthy this settlement becomes, and that's how it would grow. And of course, then it starts becoming, it starts nurturing its own economies. So that's how I would imagine it grew until, of course, 120 years later, the Mughals wake up and they've taken over Delhi and they realize this Gujarat is too independent for its own good. So Akbar, and you know that he sends it, and Gujarat.
Mughal and Sultans were quite different. They're not the same dynasty.
No, they're not the same dynasty. I mean, the Mughals come from Central Asia. These guys, I think, come from. I'm still not sure whether they were. No. They're either Afghans or Turks. I don't remember which one, but they come from different area, and so the Mughals are much more Mongoloidal. And these guys are much more from the
I didn't know
north.
that.
So we love to stereotype everybody, don't we? So all Muslims are the same. No, I told you. You know, you ask somebody which is the most populous Muslim country, and most likely you will get a Middle Eastern answer. But it's actually Indonesia and Malaysia. So tells you what your image of a Musalman is. But I mean, what I'm saying is also what people don't realize, that the earliest Muslims came by sea to Kerala, not from the north. Right. The earliest guys, the first mosque in India is in Kerala, not in North India. So that's the kind of reality one has to kind of imagine when one is looking at the landscape and who is inhabiting it. I mean, also what were the kind of norms at that time? You know, there's an interesting account that historians relate, which are that in the 13th, 14th, what is Muhammad of Ghazni, same time. Okay, there's a Chola king who goes up and ransacks a temple in West Bengal, and Ghazni comes down and ransacks the temple in Gujarat, Somnath. Actually, ransacking religious institutions was a norm at that time, which is where the wealth was held. It had no difference from what Iran did yesterday or what Israel did day before, where they blew up banks, or they were looking at monetary institutions as places to be controlled and from where wealth had to be taken. It didn't really matter where that wealth was. It was the fact that you wanted that wealth, is my way of looking at it. And historians and different historians of different political leanings would look at it. But when you're looking at it as in terms of inhabitation of a landscape, then I think these are minor details, so to say. If you're, of course, looking at a political history, they become major. They come into focus. And that's why I said that the scale at which we are looking at things is important. And So that's roughly how I would say it. And then after the Mughals, that that the Mughals and the Marathas had their own.
Marathas had control in Ahmedabad.
Of course,
for a while.
yes, for a while. I mean, not for a considerable amount of time. But what I'm saying is that when the Marathas and the Mughals were at each other's throat, the Marathas gained control after the Mughals started losing ground and weakening, particularly, I think, in Shah Jahan's. And so Gaikwadi Haveli and that side of the city was developed during that time. But for example, Baroda is still Maratha. I mean, the Gaikwads are still from that time. And but Ahmedabad always had a certain degree of autonomy. Ahmedabad was always able to maintain a certain type of trade and economic autonomy because the Nagar Sheth. And in that sense, I think there is a sense of it being a city-state and not part of Gujarat. And that was because the Nagar Sheths were very, very powerful economically. And in terms
People made the place powerful.
Yeah, but also because of trade and because of finance. We have records now that the promissory note of from Ahmedabad's Nagar Sheth would allow you to do business in Europe, in Venice and Rome and other parts of it. So just by giving a note of guarantee from here, it would hold. So they had that respect for in the world of international trade. Which tells you what this city would have commanded. Apart from all the travelers who came here, who give us historical records of how fantastic this city was, and so on and so forth. And one takes that with a pinch of salt, always, because their descriptions are vivid, but there's always a certain hype to these things. And one has to kind of balance that out. What I mean to say is, at the time that the British were making their way with Robert Clive and the early Brits who came, the Nagar Sheth was an advisor to the Mughal court on matters related to things like the West Coast, exactly, and how they should deal with piracy, how they should deal with new traders, the Europeans, the Portuguese, the British, the French. The Nagar Sheth was looked at as somebody who Shah Jahan and the rest, they looked at for advice. So he was called, and he was, from what I understand, the advice that he gave was to treat the British with utter ruthlessness. And historically, he was proved right. I mean, perhaps the Mughals gave the British too much entry. Anyway, this is what I remember of that moment and the Nagar Sheth. But similarly, during the British time, the British were given the cantonment on the outskirts of the city. They were given their dues economically, financially, but they weren't necessarily allowed to interfere with much of the internal systems. They did. They planted the police station in the middle of the bloody Badra Square. Not very differently from the way that Shah Jahanabad was disrupted by Delhi railway station. So that institutional process they did do to have presence, but their engagement with the way that the Nagar Sheth controlled the economic world of Ahmedabad, I think, was somewhat limited.
I'm pretty curious about how the city looked like in the Sultanate period when Ahmad Shah.
Both Ahmad Shah and Mohammad Begda, his son, were fun-loving creatures. I mean, they.
Is that why it's called Ahmedabad? Because named
for
after
Ahmad Shah, yes, and Mohammad Begda as well. I mean, he built. These guys built Champaner as well. And these are pleasure palaces. Yeah? I mean, these are guys who enjoy the good life. So these are. Yeah, it's certainly worth going. But what I'm saying is, therefore, the way they traverse the geography between here and Baroda, what we consider Baroda now, Vadodara, was really that they, like I said, they were marauders. They were nomadic tribes people who like to move and enjoy. Of course, they were ruthless and they were able to control even on the move. But what I mean to say is the Sultanate
was not as anchored as, let's say, the Mughals were. And therefore, they would never have that kind of empire. And one might say that the absence of a palace suggests that there is an absence of a real center of power where you are domiciled, where you are located.
Interesting.
Right. And therefore, there is no sense of a head. The head of the city is not a palace where the king rules. It is just a symbolic fort, which is actually empty. Okay, and the Nagar Sheths still continues. And therefore, the financial power is more important than the political power. But the political head is maintained in a certain way as long as he gets his fun time, so to say. That's my imagination of that. I mean, I'm kind of... I'm looking at it in the architectural sense of...
Just because there was an absence of a palace.
Not only that, I'm saying that the presence of certain types of pleasure architecture on the periphery. I think that both these kings, Ahmad Shah and Mahmud Begra, were spiritual people in the Sufi tradition. The fantastic complex, which is Sarkhej, is where their spiritual leader was located. And a large amount of energy and resources were kind of spent on developing that. And what I understand is those kind of things interested them, which means that, again, it's a kind of horizontally distributed interest that the king has in many things, rather than just the concentration of political power. And I think that gives you a certain texture of political and economic development.
So what would you say the personality of Ahmad Shah, looking at the structure C?
I mean, if you look at, let's say, the fort itself, it's really austere. It's very basic. It's not, it's not Gwalior, or it's not, I don't know which other example to give. It's certainly not Mehrangarh or any of the Rajasthan kind of forts which have a certain kind of, it's a very simple, it's very simple. I mean, for all practical purposes, basic camp, working camp fort, you know. To me, it doesn't seem like it's a show of power. It is meant for security and it is for security. It's almost like that. There's a certain matter-of-factness to it. Even if you look at the Jami Mosque, okay, I mean, we were talking about water. You know, the entire base of the Jami Mosque is a water tank, and therefore it's elevated. So it would have been fantastic at that time, where there was gardens and this sense of openness to the city, and that Jami Mosque sits there up on a high plinth, and you go up to that plinth.
I'm just visualizing. I'm passing through that.
Yeah, but right
garden
now,
and mosque dome pops up.
Well, you have to go and see, because it's not the kind of dome and minarets that you would expect, because our expectation now often is the Mughal aesthetic. So it's a very different, much more.
So Sultanates constructed mosque differently than the Mughals.
Very differently from the Mughals.
How different?
Firstly, the construction system is completely different. Okay, whereas the Mughals came from the system of making arches, which is a descendant of the Roman system of building. So from Damascus, okay, in Syria, what is present-day Syria, was a big Roman center. And Islam learned from the architecture there, and then it carried on through east as it came to India, through Samarkand and basically what is present-day Uzbekistan. And then it comes down to India in the form of Mughal architecture. From Gujarat, it comes much more from the Afghan side, but it also comes and into an area where temple building, as I told you, the craft of temple building is still very much alive. And the Solanki building system is what we call trabeated, which is where you don't use arches, where you don't use a flared system of voussoirs, but you actually use lintels as solid stone placed on top of columns, the columns are actually posts. And so it's a process of resting. And the dome that you see is actually not a dome, it's a corbel dome, which is done not by the arc action, but by actually stepping. So you'll actually see, which is very similar to the way that temples were made. So I'm almost saying that there's a transference of temple construction technique and material culture into the building of mosque.
Constructing a mosque.
Now, this is very common. I mean, Islam did this it did it everywhere. You have to understand that from the 7th century after the Prophet, okay, in 100 years, it moved from Saudi Arabia, Mecca and Medina. It had moved to China. It had moved that much in 100 years. Okay, it had taken over Turkey, taken over Central Asia, taken over the northern part of India, had gone all the way down into
Mongolia,
Asia.
China.
No, Asia. So how does it get to Malaysia and Indonesia? But when you look at a mosque in Malaysia and Indonesia, you get sloping roof mosques. When you look at it in Kerala, you get tiled roof mosques. You don't get the same mosque with domes that you get in the desert. Our idea of a mosque is desert climate mosque. And if you ask me, that comes from Roman architecture. It comes from the basilicas of the Romans that the
It's not
Muslims.
even Islamic.
No, it is Islamic because it was taken over by the Muslims, and those structures, the basilica, the Roman basilicas, were transformed into mosques. Churches were transformed into mosques in the early part of the Islamic movement, but so were other, and new mosques were built. But they always, because it was a nomadic culture, okay, the Bedouins of Saudi Arabia, I think it's Bedouins, of that region, they were horsemen, and they moved as they transferred. Okay, where Islam went, adopted the language of the architecture that existed into its system. So the system of Islamic architecture is very abstract. It is that you need a sacred ground. So you need a plinth and a courtyard. You need a wall which faces Mecca, and there needs to be a marker in that wall, which is the mihrab, to the direction of Mecca. It is the geometric formulation that every mosque in the world is pointing to Mecca that makes it a mosque, not its style. So I can have an arch, I can have a flat, I can have a concrete mosque. There's this beautiful mosque in Dhaka built by Marina Tabassum, which is in all brick. And it has none of the kind of language of the mosques with domes, and completely modern. So I can take the language or the construction techniques that exist and still articulate a mosque in that. Right? That was the idea. I need the courtyard, I need the san, as it's called, I need the wall, the mihrab wall, I need the mihrab, I need some amount of enclosure. That is what I need.
So that's how Juma Masjid was built.
So
the Indic qualities in the construction.
Well, all the mosques. And Juma Mosque was a later mosque because from what I understand, that if you want a Juma mosque, okay, you have to get a license, so to say, from Baghdad, from the Caliphate at that time.
Oh.
And that happens when your city reaches a certain population. So only then are you eligible to have a Juma Masjid. So Ahmedabad at that point in time had, and at one point in time, I know that it was the largest Juma mosque in India.
What does that mean, Juma Mosque?
Friday mosque.
Friday mosque.
Friday mosque, yeah. So that's the largest mosque. So it's for the whole settlement, it's for the whole city. It's basically a city mosque, right? But you need a certain population for you to be called a city, right? Then you can have a city mosque.
Right.
So Ahmad Shah's mosque existed, but that's his personal mosque. It's the royal mosque, right? Now, I mean, you talked about what Ahmedabad was like. I mean, I think it would have been a very cosmopolitan city. There would have been the Jain.
So who were rule? I mean, who were the majority population? Were they Hindus or Muslims?
I think always it would have been Hindus. I don't think, my sense is it would never have been more than what it is now.
Right.
20% approximately
Same
Muslim.
ratio.
Actually, much less earlier. And in fact, isn't the conundrum of all the early Islamic conquests, the question that I think for me is always very interesting, and of course many historians give you an answer. How do a handful of Muslims control the majority that is non-Muslim, whatever it is? I mean, as they move, and of course there is some physical power that is required, but I think a lot of it is this very kind of interesting balance between power and cooperation, because otherwise you don't have a long-term hold. Cannot be by by only
Aggression of power.
cannot be by only power.
Mm.
Because otherwise you have nothing like loyalty. You have nothing. You have none of the longer-term sustainable relationships with between communities. We are talking about the Persianate age, what is called the Persianate age, the medieval time from around the, 11th, 12th century to about the 15th, 16th century, where it's interesting because we are in an Iran situation, but it's Persia that's the predominant trading center of the world. From what I understand, all trade would have been done in the language of Persian, which means even the Nagar Sheth, even didn't matter which community from. If you were doing business, you would know Persian. Okay, there is some evidence that even some of the Jain temple, records which are related to finance are in Persian. And it's not about the fact that, it's just to say that these were the kind of language intersects that you had across geographies, right? And it was the nature of time and it changed. It's no longer Persian, but there was a time when it was. And it tells you about the permeability of cultural, I don't know, what do you say, of culture across large geographies.
So there was a good coexistence back then.
Well, we got a UNESCO World Heritage inscription because of that coexistence.
Coexistence was the essence of for that recognition.
Yeah, absolutely, coexistence. What you would call what is the word? I've forgotten. So anyway, the point is that the synchronous. Not synchronicity, the syncretic tradition. That's the word that they use. Syncretic, as in completely co-joined of many communities. We had a large Jewish. There's a synagogue in Ahmedabad. There was a large Jewish community. Large in the sense there was a notable Jewish community.
Interesting.
And the point is that the house form, the Ahmedabad house form, where did it come from? Okay, there is speculation that it came because of the syncretic traditions of many cosmopolitan communities living together, that this form emerged. It could not have emerged by one community alone. That we know. The value that these houses have, this housing stock has to the whole of humanity, is because of its syncretic tradition, that many communities of different orientations and faith gave rise to this form. That is what the inscription talks about. The fact that a lot of that has changed is, and I can sense from your questions, that we find it so surprising now that this exists.
The fact that it is surprising that is because
but that's exactly how history talks more about our time. Sometimes it tells us more about our time than about the time that there was.
So what else got built in this time? Juma Masjid, fort.
Fort came later. A fort, came. The Stepwell was 1485, so around the same time, little bit, 50 years here, there. A lot of the Stepwell infrastructure would have been.
The Sultanate continued the Stepwell culture and did they integrate it into their type of architecture?
Certainly. You see Sultanate Stepwells, but they may not have been built by the Sultan. That's the other thing. When you have a cosmopolitan culture, you allow people to build for themselves. So if I look at Ashapura Matani, wow, I mean, these are stepwells built by completely different communities. They do not have to do with the Sultanate itself. They are built in similar styles. So, and of that time, similar styles means elementally. Their carvings and their representations and symbols might be very different. But they were built around that time.
So if I were to visit Jama Masjid, I mean, I'm in Ahmedabad for a while, so I'll be making a visit. So what are the things you would suggest me to notice in the architecture?
I'd suggest you to first look at the relationship between the city and the mosque. The way that you actually enter, the way that you experience that space, etc., etc. I'd also urge you to look at the main, hall, as you would call it. It has a lifted dome. And there's light that comes in, which does not exist in any other Muslim architecture in the country. So it's a very particular way of articulating the main space of a mosque. Okay, and it kind of it's far more open. It's almost like you crack open a mosque and you don't want to close it. It's got to be open. That it's not a closed system. There's something very important about this, which I'm still trying to figure out. But it's not a building which is hermetically defined. And that's why I say that the landscape is important. My sense is, and I'm hoping someday I'll be able to make a drawing of it, that when you actually draw the landscape as it was at that time, it will complete the mosque. That the mosque by itself was cracked open in the way that the dome is lifted, the way light comes in, the way that the colonnade around would have been open, and that the sense of enclosure is weak in a way. I'm using provocative language, but it's weak, and it would have been completed by the landscape that would have been there, the trees, the sense of garden, the sense of paradise. Okay, which is a very important symbolic imagination in Islam.
The framing from the inside was very beautiful.
Yeah, but I'm saying, and that's why I keep saying that the Ahmedabad mosque is more of an Eidgah. The Sultanate mosque is more of an Eidgah. It's in a landscape. It's not a complete building. And I talked to you about how in the Indian city and in Ahmedabad, the completing buildings seem to be unnecessary. Because everything half inside, half outside is very good. The veranda is the best place to be. In the Ahmedabad house, it's the Parsal. And that's the place you want to live. So why close everything and unnecessarily waste resources?
Any amazing mathematics you see in that mosque?
You do. Well, I don't know exactly, but I'm absolutely certain you do. I think we've got some studies that talk about the grid and the kind of ratios and some of the proportions, but beyond that, I think that's fairly basic. I mean, what you would expect from all good Islamic architecture. I can't tell you particularly anything that is out of the ordinary. But I would say you should look at that lifted dome. And that is for most of the mosques in Ahmedabad. But the interesting thing is that I told you that my area of research is shifted to Bombay, and I'm looking at this African community, slave community that ruled the northern Konkan in Janjira. And just yesterday I read that they are called the Siddhis. And yesterday I read that Siddhi Sayyadni Jali, Siddhi, has a relationship to those Siddhis who came from Africa. When you say Siddhi Sayyad, it is from that community that the person was to whom this mosque is dedicated, whose arch and stonework is now the symbol of the city, or the symbol of I am. Okay, that tree of life, right? Which means there were Africans from Abyssinia, Ethiopia, also in Ahmedabad, okay, in notable positions of power, that they had a mosque at the center of the city or near the center of the city. And it's a very simple, it's absolutely simple. Well, there's a very famous hotel in front of it, Heritage Hotel, where you must have breakfast tomorrow, etc., etc. Anyway, the point is that the reason I pointed it out is that it is perhaps one of the most important symbols of the city, or was. They've changed the emblem of the city from that mosque's screen to now a chabutra, which is a bird feeder. Okay, we can get into the politics of that, but we will not.
So, how important was trade to this city at that
essential
era?
Throughout its history?
What were we trading?
Oh,
is there any historical records?
There is, but I'm personally not well versed with it. But I imagine all the good things: opium, textile. I don't know. I frankly don't know. So, I mean, I must have read it, but it's, as an architect, that's not what you keep. I mean, you read all of this for your general knowledge, And then I suppose at some level you let go of what is not essential to you and you hold on to what is. So I can't tell you offhand that yes, it was these things.
So what was the trade route? Was it just through Persia, or was there any sea route to Arabia?
So I think there were many. Okay, there would have been several. I mean, you would have definitely, you'd have one going to Delhi. Okay, Ahmedabad has a Delhi Darwaza and so on. So of course that would be its principal connection.
Delhi Darwaza, nice.
Connect that Darwaza that connects you to Delhi, right? So I mean, certainly Delhi would have been the most important. I'm not sure how it was connected to what is present-day Pakistan and Afghanistan, but I'm sure it was. It would have been connected either through Delhi or through what is now the Punjab, Sindh, to Afghanistan. That would have been, it would have gone south, certainly it would have gone to what is now Bharuch, Surat, that area, those were the port areas. And then later when the British came to Bombay, and then from there everywhere. So that's what I do imagine. I think the Sultanate actually lasts about 4 generations, a little more than that. It's not a very long period. Okay. But I do think it sets down the DNA for the city.
So they're the ones who initiated the formation of a city and shaped the city in certain way.
But like the Mughals were not very impressed with Ahmedabad. I mean, Shah Jahan called it Gardabad, which is the city of dust. He wasn't at all happy coming here. It's like if this is your center or this is yours, then you will take care of it with a certain intimacy. And the Sultanate looked at it that way, and that garden city that I'm telling you about, or the way they inhabited the landscape and the way they set the armature for the growth of the city came from a certain kind of imagination. My sense is that during the Mughal time, it was just left. There was a certain indifference to it.
Interesting.
And therefore, nothing really happened. It didn't trade and all of that continued healthily. Like the Nagar Sheth had his position as an advisor to the Mughals. Certain importance, but as a city, there was no intimacy with it.
Which Mughal took over? Which was the first Mughal?
I think it was
Akbar.
Akbar, yeah. As far as 15 something on
did that have on people in Ahmedabad?
I don't think we have a record.
We don't have a record.
I don't think we have a record, but from just the way that it is spoken about in Mughal terms, there is a certain kind of, there are more important places to look at. They're preoccupied with other places, and Ahmedabad is there. It's important in terms of trade, commerce, tax, all that. But it is not a place you're thinking about as giving identity to your empire.
The Mughal absorption and the merchant city. I think merchants emerged in the era of Mughals, is it?
No, I think there would have been, I don't know about whether they emerged then. I think it would have been an organic process from an earlier time. I have to tell you that that's not something that I know too much about. In terms of the sociology and the social conditions that gave rise to the merchants and because I do imagine that it would have also had to do with larger policies of trade and so on. But it is not as I said, not the focus of...
Says the real story of this period is not the Mughals, it's the merchants. The Mughal absorption is the political headline, but the deeper story is what happens underneath it. While emperors come and go, the merchants class of Ahmedabad quietly builds one of the most sophisticated urban civilization in the world.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, it's the Nagar Sheth that I was talking about. The Nagar Sheth was you could say, the head of the merchant class and of finance and economic control. So
what got built during this time, in the time of Mughals?
Well, there were stepwells that were built in that time.
Okay.
There was this, what Shahpur is, not Shahpur, what's it called? Shahi Bagh.
Shahi Bagh.
At the time that there's Shah Jahan's palace, which is built on it was barely visited for a day or a couple of days or something. And then he went back calling this place Gurdabad, the city of dust and so on and so forth. So again, my sense is that when we say something was built, it wasn't built at that time for in symbolic terms. My sense, it would have been during the Mughal time much more connectivity and road networks that were built, infrastructure in terms of what you said, the merchant class, connectivity, trade, those things, than actual buildings. Because really, you have to look at Ahmedabad during the Mughal time as some kind of margin space, which was important in terms of more sophisticated urban systems, but not that. But that was not front and center to the Mughal interest.
Right.
In the way that, say, Central India, or let's say even Deccan was, or the Maratha areas were, those were much more in their political focus.
They say the pole is the greatest achievement of this period.
I think, again, I would say that it is more organic. It perhaps became more defined during this period, which probably meant that there were sectarian lines that hardened during this time in terms of community, in terms of identity, etc., etc. And one can imagine that as you get a certain cosmopolitanism, though publicly that cosmopolitan plays out, at another scale, you tend to harden boundaries. So there's always this play of loosening boundaries at one scale and tightening boundaries at the other. And this is what cities are always about.
Okay.
That.
Any pole you would suggest me to visit?
I would suggest you to visit many poles. Okay. Because poles are not only residential; they also, some of them are commercial. They have shopping streets on some of them. So and depending on which community was kind of inhabiting it, okay, the relationships change slightly, though typologically, often it's quite a stable system in the sense that it's made of the same components, same modules, same typology. So the house type is very consistent. The courtyard house, which I mentioned earlier, the sequence of spaces. In some cases, you'd get a workshop or a shop or a commercial space at the ground floor, which would be on the street, and that would be livelihood space, and the rest of the house would be more private. So there are variations to that theme, but you would have a courtyard, you would have a certain gradient, you would have a certain kind of proportional consistency. For example, I'll tell you that because a Muslim household will have certain gradients of privacy which come out of a parda system, and therefore women being requiring extreme privacy beyond a certain point, the same diagram of courtyards and verandas and parsals and orsaries and ordos would be generated, but the house would have a longer footprint. And therefore, the long, thin footprint will give you a greater opportunity to articulate gradients of privacy through the depth of the plan. Whereas if I have a Hindu house, the broader plan allows me to have the same area of usable space, but in lesser depth, because I don't need that depth of privacy. So these are the nuanced differences that you'll get from one community to the other. I'm giving you a very basic one. You will have others where, for example, you will have the communities that deal with copper. The shop is right at the front, so there's noise, there's a furnace, there's pollution, and so on. So the courtyard then becomes a buffer between the domestic space and the commercial livelihood space. So, I mean, by subtly playing with the same elements, you can get a large variety of on the theme of the typology, right? The theme remains the same. I use the same elements, and there would have been a guild. So, I mean, the way that I would build that house would be that I could get elements, the wooden columns, the modularity of beams, those would have been fixed. They would have been codified in a guild system. And it didn't matter where you got it from, those systems would be numerically controlled. Okay, there would be, and because it would come out of a similar type of timber, and therefore the spans, the load carrying capacities and all would be well known through certain codifications, not through the physics that we know, the structural, statics that we use to determine structural design. Not that, but from a codified guild understanding, they would be fixed. So therefore you would get wooden logs in certain type of modules. You would get dimensionally columns of a certain consistency. Then the carving could be to your personal taste, depending on community and what you're allowed, not allowed, etc., or what the fashion is. So, for example, you can see the carving in Ahmedabad change across all the layers of time that you mentioned. And even Jain temples in the 19th century become almost European in the way that the carving is done, because there's Calcutta, Bombay have these European modes of carving that are developing there, and that mode of carving requires a certain set of tools. It requires a certain type of timber. One of the reasons you and I are told that teak wood is the best wood, it does have termite resisting properties, okay, but the other reason is so workable. So a carpenter can use a certain type of tools and carve in a particular way very easily using teak. But you look at the carving of Ahmedabad and you look at where the wood came from. It's a real mystery, right? I mean, I told you this landscape is dry, arid. Where did the wood come from? Yeah, and Ahmedabad is known for its wooden architecture.
Right.
Domestic architecture, wooden architecture. Where did it come from? You would imagine that this is the type. Dhangadra is very close. People from Bombay get their stone from Dhangadra, right? The sandstone that comes from there. Why would this architecture be built in timber? Right? And there's a certain value to getting wood and material from a certain distance. Okay, there's a certain social, symbolic value of that. And it comes from forests on the border between Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And it's brought here and has a certain value because it's so scarce. And as the city gets richer, more and more people can afford it. And so it's also a kind of register of affluence for the whole city. Anyway, so I mean, that's an interesting...
So this is a period where wooden craft
I would
was
imagine.
Very prominent.
I would imagine that this is the time, the Mughal time that you're talking about, is when this really kind of took hold. Because if you look at all that, the mosques and temples and all the infrastructure that's put in the Sultanate time, it's all stone.
Right.
But the domestic architecture develops once that infrastructure is in place, and there is a certain type of what I call economic potential that can sustain this.
Wow, that's a nice transition from stone to wood.
Yeah, the other way around. Normally it happens from wood to stone. Right. But I'm also saying that therefore that guild system of codified modularity that gave rise to this architecture came from recognizing that modularity had to kind of adapt to the needs of these multiple communities that made that cosmopolitan architecture. So it couldn't be something that was stylistically rigid or, organizationally limiting. It had to be able to work for houses in a particular way, which was quite flexible.
So how long does it take to build a house like that?
I would actually imagine that it's a really quick way of building. Quick meaning not longer than what
even with intricacies in the craft of
no, I think I would imagine that, a lot of that would have been ready. You could buy them off the shelf. So if you wanted a quick house, yes. If you wanted a very particular, like if you're building a Haveli, of course, like anything, it would take you time. But I think there would have been standard patterns that you could just buy off the shelf in a particular guild and bring it home and get a mistri to come and put it together.
So Jain community had a big influence back in those times.
It still has.
Still has.
Yeah.
What did they build? I mean, they built poles.
Well, they were the business class, is what we would call today. But what did they build? They built a lot of the derasars and the Jain infrastructure, social infrastructure that is there in the center of the city of Ahmedabad. I mean, if you really want to see some spectacular derasars, you have to go to Ratanpol and go to the underground temples.
Underground temples?
Yeah, underground temples. Their
Tell
temples.
me about it.
No, just go there. Well, no. So their temples. So I mean, like any city, okay, there's layer upon layer, and as you build a city, I mean, there's a city under the city, right? I mean, there's older cities which are underneath, and some of the temples that the derasars that exist have the older versions under the newer versions. You can go and see them. which also means that the level of the city is rising. And we know this also from the geography of the city. And that's why I say that it was a garden, because there was an original topography of Ahmedabad. And we've done an exhibition on this, where that undulating landscape I told you about would have existed even in the part which is now a relatively flat city. You can imagine that. Listen, if you actually go along the Sabarmati and you look at the banks on either side, okay, you'll notice that it's quite like there's a ravine nature to the edges. Okay, they're very crenulated, large up and down, so on and so forth. This city must have been like that. It must have been a lot of very exaggerated dunes. Even the Gandhi Ashram was like that. You had a nalla which came through it, and where Mr. Korea's building was actually a depression and was filled up in order to receive that wonderful modern building. Similarly, there was a river that used to run through the city, which was called Manik Nadi, and there used to be a temple on the river. It was a tributary of the Sabarmati. Okay, and that temple is what is Maniknath Temple, from which Manik Chowk gets its name, which is the center of the city. So these are formalizations. And when we talked about the Jami Mosque, what I didn't tell you was that the Jami Mosque has the king's tomb and the queen's tomb in perfect geometrical alignment. And between the king's tomb and the queen's tomb is the Manik Chowk. Okay, and as you go past this on Gandhi Road, you come to Fernandez Bridge. Now, in a flat city, where does a bridge come from? So the street that goes under Fernandez Bridge is the bookseller street, where you get all your school textbooks and so on and so forth. That street is at a lower level than Gandhi Street. You can almost imagine a river flowing there, which has dried out. That watercourse is now a street. And if you actually study the buildings on the side, you'll see there's an embankment. There's stairs that bring you up to. They actually are a physical manifestation of that older geography, which you can never change. There's a ground level difference. But sometimes in cities, we follow that profile of the land or what that used to be, and sometimes we fill it up. We do this all the time in development. But that means there was a lower level city. Right, that existed. That means that there were temples and other institutions. And now if it's a house, I can break the house and raise it. I can change it. It's actually, houses are a little bit more, how would you say, less durable than our institutions, because they are built for eternity. Right, so you will never do that to a temple, but to a house you would. Right, to a mosque you wouldn't do it. So sometimes what you get is you will get a house which the lower level is filled up and then the whole house is raised. Some flexibility. Sometimes when we widen road, we cut houses this way, which is what happened when Relief Road was made. And it was a surgical insertion to relieve traffic to the railway station in 1926, 1927 sometime. And that time, you know who the municipal president was? Sardar Patel.
Oh.
This is the way that, Ahmedabad developed. So you can have that. And we've had road widening in recent times, and historical fabrics have been cut. And this is the way that cities have adapted over time. But the point is that under Fernandez Bridge, there was a river. And you can imagine that there was a temple on that river. And that temple is Maniknath. And that would have gone and been through this garden. So you can imagine what that landscape was like in the city. But therefore, there is a lower level at which the city existed earlier. And some of these Jain temples might have been in Ashaval. Right? They would have been in the settlement that predated Ahmedabad as we know it. Right? And therefore, you can actually look at the layers of the city. Like we talk about the 7 cities of Delhi. One of the astonishing things, Naman Ahuja, I think, talks about it, that in the entire excavation of the Delhi metro, no artifacts were found. How can that be possible? In one of the most historic zones of the world, you're saying that no artifacts was found. He has another theory about it. We won't go. But here it was.
This is interesting too, yeah.
Well, I mean, his papers and books and so on are well known. His argument is that there is a network that deals with these artifacts, and immediately it goes on to the world archaeological market and all of that. So there's a complicity between everybody in this.
Wow.
Anyway, we can discuss that. Yeah. The question. So anyway,
so you're saying the public officials claim no artifacts to be found.
Well, no, there's nothing declared, is what I understand, and I'm only looking at second-hand information here, so I myself don't. But from what I read, I understand that nothing has really been declared in all the excavation. And here, for example, a small dig at Shahpur, okay, for one metro station has made us aware that there's an entire pole, Moti Hamamni pole. Under Moti Hamamni pole, there are what do you call them? Bathhouses, there are hammams underneath.
Wow, which was not.
Well, we know the place to be called Moti Hamamni pole, okay, but we did not know where the hammams were. Now they are underneath.
Wow.
The point is that there's a whole underground layer to the city. Wow. History upon history.
That's quite new in Ahmedabad, I would say, in India.
Not really new. Because if I was to think about it, stepwells are also underground. Right? So if I was to draw, and one of my colleagues, I came up with this wonderful project, Jigna Desai, who's I mentioned to you as a conservation architect, and is if we make a drawing at what is it like one level underground? What would the city look like?
Wow.
To make this drawing of the subterranean nature of Ahmedabad. And you would have stepwells, you'd have these hammams, you'd have the underground temples, and a whole kind of other world would kind of emerge.
I think the Archaeological Society of India should carry out LiDAR scans across the city. And
yeah, well, that's another way of doing it. I'm sure there are ways of doing this through satellite, X-ray, and so on and so forth. God knows what all technology is available. But what I was trying to get at was the structure of the city, okay, in terms of the way it developed over time. And I mean, this layer upon layer. And the fact that in Ahmedabad, because of water and the attitude to water, there is almost a necessary looking at the ground before you look at building that you have to do in order to look at water infrastructure. Whether it's a hammam, whether it's a stepwell, whether it's the tanka, whether it's a talavdi, that is all got to do with excavation, if I put it in simple terms.
How Jain temples are different from Hindu temples? Like a lot of Jain temples got built in this time.
You are asking the wrong person.
Okay.
I mean, not because it's because I don't want to misrepresent the difference. I think, for example, elementally, I would say there are similarities, but construction-wise, there are similarities. But the metaphysics of it is so different that I might be missing what is essential. And I don't think...
Yeah. Is there any record on what was the everyday life actually like in Ahmedabad during this period?
There is.
Not for the wealthy merchant, but for ordinary people.
Well, there are descriptions of the bazaar. There are descriptions of what daily life and rituals would be. There are. And...
how was it like?
In what way shall we discuss it? I mean, these are aspects which are difficult to pinpoint because they require a certain historical accuracy, an ethnographic precision. And it's not that I am unaware of it. It's just that my interest is more in the architectural and spatial dimensions or consequences of that way of life. So what stays with me is more the built environment than necessarily the sociological
but there is record.
There is record.
Let's get into the British period.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So British period, what happened? How did Mughal slowly lose power of Ahmedabad?
Well, that's a well-known story that happened in Delhi, not here. And I think as the British took control from the Marathas, right, and took over, and I imagine that the control actually came from Bombay more than Delhi, because Delhi is only a recent thing, 1910 or whatever, that it became the capital. But it's Calcutta and Mumbai that are exerting pressure. So it's more the trade as in the industry from Bombay and the industrial that is, from what I understand, the deal. And I would imagine that for merchants, the deal is very important. The deal was that the British were allowed military presence outside the city, which is now the Shahibag area, the cantonment. They were allowed certain type of institutional presence through missionary institutions, church, and police. Civic presence was allowed to some degree. But both from a planning perspective, that is urban physical intervention, as well as in terms of meddling with business, the Nagar Sheths still had control. This is my understanding. Some amount of limit must have been there, but still had control. And therefore, the British remained relatively outside the system. The reason I say this is important, as again, coming back to the fact that for me, this is enough as a historical register to recognize in the structure of the city that this was one of the few places that, not one of the few, but certainly one of the few major towns which was not colonized in terms of planning. Mm-hmm. And when we say colonized in terms of planning, means that the zoning laws were not strictly applied, which means that you did not separate zones of function, that the industrial, the commercial, the residential were not completely separated. And in that sense, we have what we call is mixed use now. Mm. Now, the thing is, mixed use is very interesting, that there was a time when mixed use was considered derogatory, or derogatory as in negative. And the reason for that was a lot of industry was polluting. And a lot of that industry, if it was within the limits of the city, particularly textile, would be noxious to health. Mm. So Ahmedabad did have its industrial areas developed on the east side. But the interesting thing is that the industrialists also lived on the east side. The city was also on the east side. So as the city grew, the industry wasn't very far from the city, which means now we've got a kind of dense mix. And I was telling you about how had we been a well-planned colonial city, the separation would have made the mixed use much less, which means our traffic patterns would have been very different because the relationship between home and work changes. Mm-hmm. Right? And one of the reasons why traffic in Ahmedabad has a very peculiar pattern is because of this mixed use. Your travel times are much shorter, at least used to be. I don't know now with the new part of the city going west. That is changing.
But still, it's pretty well-connected city.
And the reason for that is the mixed use, that the travel time from home to work is actually very low. I used to know the figures, but I don't anymore. And it was something like 20 minutes. And that's a low amount. Whereas normally you would, I think, have 40 minutes in a metro, something to that effect. I don't know what the numbers are. But what I'm saying is that the pattern of the city, that still, because of the non-colonial planning, kind of is still an imprint in the way that the city is organized. And the fact that it's a circular city, and therefore now you can have this ring road system which allows you to affiliate, actually works very well in many ways, even though the city has grown, from 3.5 lakhs to 11 million.
The deal was between the British and the merchants.
Yeah, between the Nagar, the business class.
So that's how Mughals' control over Ahmedabad declined.
No, my sense is that that's not how it happened. It happened Delhi. That was the center. That's where they lost power across the entire geography of the subcontinent. Therefore, they lost it in Ahmedabad. And the presence of the British coming in allowed the Nagar Sheths to renegotiate their position with the British, which, from my understanding, in terms of control, would not have shifted very much.
How did it become a textile capital?
Oh, completely by chance.
Okay. Tell me about the story.
You're asking me historiographical questions, which I know the general answers. I mean, there is a whole series of, stories, facts where, again, you can't ask me the names of these people. Again, I have read them and know them, where they stand. But my emphasis is always on the architectural consequences and not necessarily the. I'm an architectural historian in that sense, and not a
So you can
historian.
explain the story through this.
Yeah. So I'm not. What I'm saying is that really it was. Ahmedabad's not, from on many counts. I understand that it's not the ideal place to have a textile industry, and that it was on trying and failing and trying and failing and trying and failing. And this goes back to my point that there's a certain attitude to being in a particular geography that gets reiterated, and one has a certain type of persistence, and then it kind of hit gold, and everything fell into place in terms of labor and social structure and geography, etc. Proximity, trade routes, linkages, all of those fell in place to facilitate. I understand that it also had to do with a plague in other parts of the world, which didn't allow trade to happen in a particular way. Again, I do not remember the details, but there were other factors extraneous to Ahmedabad itself that facilitated. That had a kind of butterfly effect that allowed it to gain prominence at a particular time where other places could not supply. If I remember something from the Americas or something like that, which allowed Ahmedabad to gain ascendancy in this market. Something to that effect.
That created a lot of wealth for the city.
It did. The textile created a lot of wealth. And the industrialist, from what you said, the merchant, now you had a new class of people who were the modern industrialists. And really, they were very significant in the modern history of the city. I mean, every person that you talk about, if you look at the families that were involved, they set up all the modern technical facilities, institutions that the city had, whether you talk about IIM, ATIRA, NID, the Center for Environmental Planning and Technology. But even before that, schools, just research institutes. You also had people like Vikram Sarabhai who were scientists and they set up the Indian Institute of Management. The idea for technical education, the idea for, a certain kind of new knowledge system, new institutions like a museum.
Wow.
I mean,
back in those days.
Back in 1951, 51. And they were not shy of calling the best minds in the world. So you have Corbusier who's coming to Chandigarh. And they think, why not call him here? And he designs. And he needs 4 buildings. Otherwise, it's not worth his while. So they give him 4 buildings. He designs 2 houses, a museum, and the Mill-Owners Association building. So, I mean, and that's more buildings by Corbusier than in any other city in the world, including Paris.
Right.
So, I mean, that's the legacy that they create, that there's a new modern aspiration for this city. And if you actually think about it, it's a really mind-bogglingly modern vision that they start looking at. For example, you've got in the poles that we were talking about, it's not like you didn't have cultural institutions, but they were sectarian. They were related to particular communities. And so if you, for lack of a better way, a simple way of saying, if you had a theater institution, it was rooted in that pole or in a particular area. Or if you had a Sahitya Academy, it was like in that area. It was located and it was community based. Or you had mandals, which you still have in the poles. But the idea that you could have an institution for the city was an imagination that you and I can take for granted because we know what a city is. But to belong, if in 1920 you had said, where are you from? You would have given the name of your pole. The fact that you have to say from Ahmedabad means you have to have traveled outside Ahmedabad in some sense. Who will ask you that you're from Ahmedabad? Who will imagine who has to ask you the question, where are you from, for you to answer from Ahmedabad, right? So you would have answered from your pole because the people asking you would have been from Ahmedabad, and the need to answer Ahmedabad would not have existed, right? So the idea of modern movement and travel as we know it would have emerged after independence. I mean, to the extent that a common person would have had to say that I'm from Ahmedabad or from Bombay or from Nadiad.
All because of the patronage from this industrialist.
No. I'm saying because of movement, because of the railways, because it took 60, 70 years for everybody to be comfortable with moving using railways, for me to go outside my mulk, right, to go to Bombay to work, to come back, all of that. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you the background to it. But therefore, the imagination of the city of Ahmedabad as Ahmedabad, okay, that needed a museum or that needed a Sahitya Academy for the city, not for a pole or a community, was something that was emerging, that it needed a particular thing called the town hall that they called an architect from Bombay, Claude Batley, to build in a particular style of architecture. It requires an imagination for you to build those institutions. And it was these industrialists who had experienced it, perhaps in other places, in Europe, where they went for business to study, and they could see the need for technical knowledge to keep up with the textile industry from other parts of the world. So one way of looking at it, that they set up those industries and those institutions that helped their industry, as Institute of Design and a textile research association, those kind of things. But they still brought in the right structure and that imagination for this city to have it. Today you still look at NID as a premier institution in the country. You look at CEPT as a premier institution in the country. IIM as one of the most important institutions in the country. So I'm saying all of that is really important to the imagination of Ahmedabad, right? By 1951 or 52, you've got 4 museums in the city, which is unbelievable. Right.
That's a great aspiration to start a city with.
Post-independence. Post-independence, it's a question, no? It's a question. What did you imagine you would put in those museums? You need it, or the symbolic value of it. But the Textile Museum, which was a private museum, was and is very successful. Gandhi's museum, because of the man associated with it, is very, very successful. The museum that was actually a city cultural center, which is Sanskar Kendra, has been an abominable failure, even though it was designed by one of the world's most famous modern architects. The failure
in what sense?
Failure as an institution.
As what it contains inside.
Yeah. It was meant to be a city museum. It then became it became many types of museums, and it was run by the municipality. But what it meant to run a museum, culturally, were we ready for it? I'm not sure. At an institutional level at the municipal level, at an individual level, people knew how to run museums. Or within a particular trust, people understood the value of Gandhi. Okay, and therefore could run that museum in a particular way. But a city level museum, they had a vision for it. Did they know how to implement that vision? I'm not so sure. Now, one can say that it was a failure of the architecture, but I think it was an institutional failure first. The architecture is a secondary phenomenon, which also not the most liked building in the city. And it might have made a difference had it been a liked building. But also, you have to look at that museum, and the Sanskar Kendra is used more has been used more for melas and trade fairs than as a museum. So you can consider it more like a gallery. Right. Now, I could connect this back in a very interesting way to the city. Okay, where do our museums come from? They come from debris, collections of debris, either archaeological debris found in the ground or that which has been broken or destroyed is a hard word. During the development of the modern city. Okay, whether institutionally or physically. Okay, let's say appropriation by institutional processes, artifacts being appropriated and put in the museum, say from royalty in the European scenario. We were very proud till very recently that Ahmedabad's a living city. So in a living city, all its artifacts are absorbed into the rituals of life. So what did we expect to be in the museum? If all my utensils, I'm putting it very crudely, utensils, artifact, natarajas are all part of the rituals of everyday life, then what did I imagine would be in the museum? And therefore we have used it like a gallery, And today the most the largest museums actually are becoming more and more like galleries, right? The permanent exhibitions are more stable, okay, and the temporary exhibitions are becoming more and more curated and what would you say, active, and in that sense more like galleries. But we don't have that culture yet, and so Sanskar Kendra remained relatively unsuccessful for its vision. Anyway, it's a kind of interesting moment. But coming back to the industrialists themselves, they did have the vision.
Right.
It's just that how to implement that vision was not only their responsibility. It had to be an intergenerational responsibility that had to be carried forward. And some of those visions we carried forward, some of them we didn't. The institutional ones we seem to have, the educational institutional ones we seem to have done quite well. Others we haven't done so well.
So who were these industrialists?
Well, there were the families like the Sarabhais, the Lalbhais. The Shodhans and others were less prominent, or they did less in direct terms. But these
All
industries
gained riches from the textile industry.
Yes, well, mostly all of them from the textile industry, but the Sarabhai had other interests, pharmaceuticals, other types of businesses as well.
Do they still influence the modern business?
Well, in different ways. I think the Lalbhais definitely. They are the largest, I understand their mills are still the largest denim producers of denim in the world.
Wow.
You'll have to fact check that. But the Sarabhais...
But still it impacts the economics of the city in the present day.
Yes, the Sarabhais, I mean, even the next generation like Kartikeya Sarabhai set up the Center for Environment Education. Now that has some challenges as far as I know presently. And one of the finest buildings that we have in the city, which is not appreciated. If you ask me which gem every Ahmedabadi should actually go and see, it is the Ahmedabad Milonas Association building. It's a building by Le Corbusier, and a very interesting building. You must see it.
What's the story?
No, we are still trying to find out the story in the sense that we are researching it. The story is that they wanted an office building where, mill owners could come together and discuss things about the industry as a whole.
Wow.
And if necessary, make policy level recommendations to the government. But it was meant to be where the mill owners met from time to time and, could discuss matters related to industry. And so in some sense it was an office building. It was an ashram road, which at that time was developing in the 50s. Today, Ashram Road is the road that we are on right now.
Okay.
But it connected two ashrams. It connected Kocharab Ashram, Gandhi's first ashram in Ahmedabad, in India, and Sabarmati Ashram at the other end.
This is two different scales, right? Ashram and mill in this time.
Yeah.
Architecturally.
They're two different imaginations.
So tell me about this distinction which happened at the same time period.
Well, it's interesting you put it that
existed in the same time
they
period.
did. And in some sense, they coexisted because it was the mill owners who also supported Gandhi. I mean, the ashram, the fund for the ashram came from the Sarabhais.
Okay.
Right? And it's a very interesting story that Gandhiji could oppose the Sarabhai in the Kheda Satyagraha and they would still fund him. That is the kind of respect that he held. And that I told you also about the respectful nature of disagreement in the Tagore-Gandhi letters, but also with the mill owners. Gandhi could be in opposition to them, still asking for money from them. That's as donation to the cause of independence. And that was the complex nature of that time, that he could side with the sister and labor against the mill owner who was the brother. And still get funding from the brother. So these are well-known stories of that time, but but there were two imaginations. The mill owners looked at industrial growth as the engine of development, and Gandhi looked at individual production with the spinning wheel. the village on one hand, industry, and the city on the other. And they were able to coexist with a kind of respect for difference. And Gandhiji would often talk about this. He would talk about civilizational dialogue. And of course, he was talking about with the British. He says that you can't assume that your knowledge system is better. You must be in a position to take critique from another perspective. And what he dismissed was not that what the British had to say. What he dismissed was their assumed superiority. That what they said was better because they came from somewhere or because they were somebody. And the arguments in your civilizational argument or your civilization structure still had to be open to questioning. So it had to be open to dialogue. I could put my civilizational structure in front of you, and we should be able to argue about the benefits and the drawbacks of each. And similarly, so if we are part of an industrial civilization, then we must be able to have a dialogue with handicraft village-based civilizational imagination. That is what was between these people. And at that time, it seemed that it was still possible to have a conversation. Now you can't have that conversation because the assumption is that the industrial is superior. Whereas we know that the industrial has so many drawbacks. But the point is that you're not willing to listen because you assume this is the only way we can be. So you have to shut down the possibility of dialogue in order to maintain this singularity of vision or imagination, which is what we were talking about, that the friction is not because of the multiplicities or because of the plurality of different civilizational times. It's that we can't have a dialogue. It's that there's an assumption that one way of life is superior to other, and that's a developed modern way, right? So it means that if I'm living in a city like Bombay, that development allows me to eat Japanese food and Korean food, but the quality of food, if I was to ask you about its nutrient and nutritional value, could it be that living in a small third-tier town like Nadiad, I'm actually getting more healthy tomatoes because I'm closer to a healthy agricultural system? But I've been told that no. Delhi, Calcutta, Bombay, Chennai, that's where I should aspire to be. So I'm saying that that's the conversation that perhaps started between the Melonas and Gandhi. And that conversation was still possible at that point in time. So it's a very, it's quite, I have to say, I'm really taken by the fact that you recognize the
distinction.
No, the coexistence of these two models. I mean, there's also another part that the ashram was Gandhi's space of experimentation, spiritual experimentation, which included production. Right? Like production's a part of that spiritual matrix. Like the ashram, like that you have to do production every day. And from what I know is that he learned this from the Trappist monks on the outskirts of, I think, Durban, where he went with Kallenbach, his architect friend. And they saw that the monks there had like labor, making things with your own hands was a part of that engagement with the world, with the material world, as much as prayer and abstinence and all of that was. But materiality was very much a part of it. And they had the other thing that he was very impressed is that they had a printing press. And the incredible thing about Gandhi is wherever he was, he wrote for 4 newspapers for 40 years. He edited 4 newspapers for 40 years across whatever, God knows how many continents, 4 continents, America, Africa, and India, 3 continents.
That's how we had good influence across the world.
Also, of course.
Medium.
The medium of the press. So, very modern man. But I have a very interesting story, which
please.
So Gandhi, and it kind of ties up many of my kind of the people that I'm interested in. So Gandhi was in London in the late 1890s. He was studying law. And he was also in London, part of something called the Vegetarian Society.
Mm-hmm.
And the Vegetarian Society in London, you can imagine, was a kind of marginal, but you can say almost resistance kind of society, which was not, which didn't take very well to development and industry, and many of them were influenced by philosophers like Thoreau and Rousseau and these kind of people, as was Gandhi. And one of the people that Gandhi met during that time was a guy by the name of Henry Salt. And there were a few other people. These guys were really accomplished mathematicians, people at Oxford and Cambridge, dons who had left campus or university life and lived on the outskirts. Some of them were gay, some of them were non-conformists in other manners, but they were outside the normative. And Gandhi met all these people and was greatly influenced by that society. He was also very involved. It was the first time that he got to speak or write was because of the Vegetarian Society. Now, Henry Salt was a really interesting guy. If you actually research him, he's one of the guys who wrote the first air pollution code for London. Okay, he was also a guy who introduced Gandhi to a paper by Engels, guy who wrote with Marx, a paper he wrote on something called distributed manufacture. And Gandhi was greatly taken by this idea of distributed manufacture. Interestingly, the case study in that paper was a small town in Switzerland called La Chaux-de-Fonds, which at that point in time produced 60% of the world's watches. Now, the way that distributed manufacture works is that the watches, components of watches, are made by different people in the entire town. So the whole town is a kind of factory, but handicraft factory, home industry, cottage industry, and people are making that industry. But everything is small scale. Everybody shares the making process, the profit, blah, blah, blah. So it's a very kind of socialist way of thinking about production. And Gandhi was really taken by this idea that this is the way that equality is distributed, and the manner in which that the capitalist does not gain complete control over the labor and does not extract or exploit that labor. And so this imagination of La Chaux-de-Fonds was very much what Gandhi had in mind when he would talk about production. A lot of people would say that Gandhi was against the factory. He was not against the technology or the machine. He was against the technologist and the exploitation. Right? So when he saw that there are examples by which this production can happen and that the profit or the advantage is distributed fairly, he was very much for it. And this example was a case study that it can happen. Right? The interesting thing is that that very town, La Chaux-de-Fonds, there is a painter of watch dials. Right? His son is an architect. His son realizes that if you stay in this town, you yourself can never become anything more than a cog in the wheel. This guy says that if I want to be somebody, I can't live here. He leaves and goes to Paris. That guy is Le Corbusier, who comes back and builds the Millowners Association building in counter to the ashram that you just mentioned.
Wow. Okay.
How's that for a story, man?
Wow. Came a full circle.
Full circle.
Right.
But, Corbusier's story is fantastic as well. And it is, in some sense, if you are honest, it's what we as architects ascribe or the aspire for today. Because what he was saying was, main chota aadmi reke, I will be part of the system. I will be very happy. But do I want to be happy? I want to be somebody. I want to be a world architect. And he can see that the way that capitalism is growing, okay, he needs to be in contact with large capital. Okay, who controls large capital? Cities control large capital. So he goes to Paris. Okay, this guy's a madman. He, in 1917, in the middle of the First World War, he lands up in Paris. There's bombing going on. He walks out into the street. Bombs are falling. He walks out and says, "Fate, take me if you dare."
Wow.
Okay, he's like walking out. This is the time of the futurists and all. Yeah, 21-year-olds were doing mad shit. Okay, they were valorizing violence. They're saying like, yeah, these guys had grown up with the old world order. Nothing represented them. Okay, everything was bourgeoisie and like the old moneyed class, imperial class taking control. These guys were like, we are 21 years old. Okay, this art that you see in the museums, in the Louvre, does not represent us. This is not this shit. And we want our own art. And that art has the energy of the automobile. It has the violence of the warplane. And he's saying, yeah, the war is the most cleansed. They write like this. Is the bloody futurist manifesto. They write like this. That war is the cleansing force. You know, this is the way they're writing it. Okay, anyway, they all die. Okay, they all, ironically, they all die in the First World. Anyway, Corbusier makes it through. And he goes to Paris and he changes his persona. I mean, he redesigns himself. His name is what? Charles Edward Jeanneret. No, that's his real name.
Okay.
And when he writes to his mother, he calls himself Jeanneret. When he writes for the world, all these books on architecture, he writes of himself as Le Corbusier. So he's already made a psychological distinction between who he is and his professional persona. Le Corbusier and in some sense, we do that. No, you see fashion designers today, the way they dress, they're projecting their professional persona. They've made we don't know which village they came from. They may have made a huge jump, but they're leaving a certain identity behind and they're projecting something. All designers, architects will do this in some degree or the other. So we are much closer to Corbusier than we are to Gandhi. In this particular respect, because we all want to leave our little town where social benefit is shared so that I can maximize my personal benefit. That's what Corbusier wanted. He wanted a distinct name. Whereas La Chaux-de-Fonds, the economy of that distributed production, if I look at creativity in that system, if anything is created new, it belongs to the whole system. It belongs to a shared reality. This is Ahmedabad, right? This is that collective guild system that I told you about the columns which are like, kind of codified. The imagination is a shared, is because we all think in a particular way that my personal act of creativity is inconsequential in comparison to the larger social space that nurtures that creativity. And I always acknowledge the nurturing of that social space, or whatever the construct of that space is. Corbusier was of that generation that was an emerging individual. And the individual, as we like to kind of think about it, is something he wants to express and does not want that collective. Now we know what in 100 years since then, we know what the fallout ecologically was with all of us becoming individual. And there's a return to being more social and community-based and ecological. And I say ecological meaning interrelated. So it's a full circle in many ways. But that was the critique that Gandhi had.
So how did Le Corbusier change the city?
How did he change the city?
What influence apart from buildings?
So, it's an interesting question. And this is my take on it. Again, it's like most people think that modern architecture came to India because of Le Corbusier, because of Chandigarh, because of the concrete he used. This is historically inaccurate. The first buildings in India in concrete were in 1908, 1909, a hostel building built in Bombay. The British had been using concrete for port and maritime infrastructure for a long time. The irrigation department was doing concrete canals. etc., etc. So infrastructurally, concrete was well established in the subcontinent. People like Achyut Kanvinde out of Delhi were building modern buildings that came from an understanding of form and function much before Corbusier, a decade before Corbusier came to India. There was a beautiful building built in Pondicherry by Antonin Raymond called Golconda, which predates Corbusier by 20 years, I understand. It's, I think, 1932. And exquisite building built by Antonin Raymond and this incredible...
in Pondicherry.
It's in Pondicherry. But the furniture is designed by this Japanese design, again, going Nakashima. Okay, like really something special. So my point is that it's not that modern architecture came to India. We all think that one man is the devil, architectural devil, who brought this banal architecture to India. That's one way of reading it again. But this new type of architecture was already here. But it was very pragmatic. And it was in this, almost with this British dryness that, served infrastructure well. It served certain types of technical buildings well. So Kanvinde was actually went, I think it is to MIT. He went to Harvard, one of those Ivy Leagues. He went and he was enrolled at the behest of Nehru to do a course in lab design and technical design. So we didn't know how to build laboratories. We didn't have that knowledge. So he went there, did that course and came back, and then did a lot of work for the government for building labs, laboratories, and that kind of infrastructural buildings. Now, the thing is, with that knowledge, with that kind of very pragmatic architecture, they built. But architecture isn't only about pragmatics. And what Corbusier brought to India through both Chandigarh and Ahmedabad was, he said that this modern architecture can be poetic. And he brought a certain conceptual and poetic and symbolic register to architecture, which wasn't our symbolic register. It came from somewhere else. And he assumed it's universal. And for a while we believed it was universal, and it's not universal. It comes from a certain European origin. But we have learned to read the possibility of poetry within modern architecture because of Corbusier. And the next generation of architects, Doshi, Raje, Korea, all of them, and then all of us, we are all beneficiary from that imagination that a modern architecture, which otherwise was dry and pragmatic, now can have a poetic, symbolic sense. And maybe Corbusier didn't have the knowledge of Indian symbolic systems to infuse the architecture with that, though in my opinion there still is, because he looked at architecture as a universal register. So there's something human about those buildings. But the point is that without Corbusier, we would not have had that opening. And it's only an opening that there is poetry in this discipline, I think would have been much smaller. That opening would have been very small. That's my take.
Right. I mean, wherever you go, you could see the influence, right? About concrete and the shapes he involved in the buildings.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, my sense is that, so, yes, the concrete. So he had this diagram, which is called the domino, okay, where every building that you see is in some sense comes from that systematization of using concrete. So he said, if you're using concrete, you will use it in this way, that you will use it as a frame system. And therefore, what he did was, he says, okay, so with this new material of reinforced concrete, what is the discipline? What are the rules that I need to use? And he came up with this system, and then he said that the five rules are here. And he also set out where does the play lie? Okay, what can I play with because of this new system? And of course, then he goes and plays with it. So it's there. So in some sense, what you see, no, I don't agree with you on that. That's all Corbusier.
Right.
But the domino system that he drew, that diagram, was a kind of prophecy that everybody will build like with this system.
So Ahmedabad, like a deeply involved city in the India's independence movement.
Yes.
So 1930s Salt March began with the Sabarmati, right? So what did that moment feel like for the city?
I don't think it felt like anything.
Mm-hmm.
It was. I don't think the city was really. I mean, those
Much
who were,
involved.
yeah, the interesting thing with the ashram is that it was on the outskirts of the city. It was outside the city, and it always had a very tenuous relationship with the city till Gandhi left, which was exactly that moment in 1930 where he leaves, and he goes on the Salt March, and he never comes back.
Okay.
Right, and he actually dismantles. He says that this is no longer an ashram. He says it's an udyog mandir, which means it's no longer a place of spiritual experimentation, my experiments with truth. It is simply a place of production. This is where people will produce things now. Right? So you take out the spiritual angle to it and everything becomes about material production, which is also a kind of commentary on our world, no? That if the spiritual is not there, if the transcendental is there, not there, then it's only a place of material production. Our whole world, his critique would have been that we are just about material production.
Which industrialist called the Le Corbusier here? Like, where did the domino effect started? After Chandigarh?
Well, the Sarabhais called him for a house. I think not the Shodhans, because they inherited a design. The Shodhan house is actually an inherited design. He had designed it for somebody else, one of the other families. And these families were also in the municipality and in the administration. So they gave him two more buildings. One more building, which is the museum. And then they gave him the mill owners building. So
what was it like? I mean, that was a new kind of form for this climate and this city. What was it like to live in one of his houses?
It's interesting that you asked this question, because I think both the houses are still used. Okay? And like when you go to the Sarabhai house, you don't feel like it. You feel like it would be effortless to live in this house, though they use it like almost. They invite people to live there, their friends, artists, and so on and so forth. And they've invited some incredible artists, like great artists, Alexander Calder. A lot, and you'll find their work in that space. The other one is a family home, which you can't visit because they're very private about it. But I also imagine that it has some challenges, but it would be an interesting place to live. But, it's very difficult to say from our time, because so much of what was new at that time has become normal now.
Right.
I remember looking at the plan for a house that he designed in Paris in 1929, which is considered a seminal work of architecture called Villa Savoye. And Villa Savoye, the lady for whom it was designed said that this is an unlivable house. And I remember looking at the plan and thinking, why did she think that? But we are talking about 1929. At that time, I can imagine that people who were used to rooms and living in a particular way, with space compartmentalized and divided and organized in a particular way, this open plan living would have been quite difficult to imagine how to live. Right. So do you consider, and this is a kind of question I have for some of my clients, are you coming to me just to design what you already know? Or is this an experiment? You come to an architect because you want to experiment with imagining how to live. Yeah. In which case it's an adventure.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, it's an adventure to be engaged with an architect. Otherwise, I will become simply somebody who gives you some other person's image, like something that you already know it exists somewhere else. It could exist in Jaisalmer. You could use a Haveli and say, I want a house that looks like my ancestral home. Okay. Or you could say, like, build me Corbusier's Villa Savoye. Or you can say, like, okay, I saw this house in London day before yesterday. Or I can also say that Gauri Khan designed this house. Will you please copy that for me? I mean, it could be any of those. But all of those, it doesn't matter which one you choose. They all are based on an existing imagination of how to live. Whereas I say, no, Clinton, how do you want to imagine to live? And then we get into a dialogue about imagining how life could be. And Corbusier wasn't getting into a dialogue. He was an authoritarian architect. But he was giving you a provocation as a client as to, do you have the imagination to live anew, not according to the existing patterns that you have. And in that sense, I mean, there's a certain poetry.
That's a new insight for me.
Yeah.
What kind of life you want to
Explore.
something new. Wow.
It's all very well to say that I will live in accordance with habit. But the question is, and I don't, I mean, at that point in time, because of the political and social situation, habit was looked at as something derogatory, something that you do not think about, that you're not rational about, that happens in an automatic manner. I don't think about it that we don't think about it that now. Now there's a lot of biological information that tells us habits are forms of conservation of energy. Okay, like if I had to think out every morning that I have to brush my teeth, I would spend too much time thinking about hygiene. But the fact that I make it into a kind of habit means that I don't waste my energy on that. So I look at habits, but you still have a choice as to which habits are useful and which are not, because some become outdated over time. I mean, not brushing my teeth, but other habits do become. They are in response to other things which no longer exist. And therefore, the challenge that an architect, that Corbusier threw was, are you willing to be challenged are you willing to explore these questions? And that in itself was like, wow.
His design choices were informed by these questions.
It's difficult to be that deterministic. And I mean, like I'm in some sense interpreting his work. I would say there are many more very particular ideas that generated his work. Very particular. He was very precise. I mean, he spent 12 years just studying proportions and coming up with a dimensional system. His forms of research are impeccable.
Wow.
I mean, he was really scientific. And when he studied shells or when he studied natural forms, it was not a casual engagement. And so when people say that, here was an architect who came to a foreign land and didn't understand our culture and didn't understand our climate, I disagree. Not that with the fact that he didn't understand.
He was
but he
aiming
studied.
For the universal
No,
laws.
he studied. No. He actually studied. And he studied climatology. He applied scientific rules, but he didn't assume that just because I'm from here, I understand. I have another example to share with you. There was a competition for a design in Bombay, and I won't mention names. But there was an English architect and there were several Indian architects. And the Indian architects lost that competition to the British architect. And it had to do with the Kohli fishing community. And I tell you, Clinton, the amount of research that the Englishman had done outstripped any fundamental understanding. And every narrative here was, how can a foreign architect be given a project where local relationships are concerned? Just by sheer rigor of research, he knew it better than any of the other Indian architects who were part of that competition.
Wow, tell me about this.
I can't tell you too much about that. But
very political, is it?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that the assumption that, and we're talking about this in terms of the insider and the outsider. The assumption that the insider has some privileged viewpoint is something that I would be a little bit wary about. Okay, that the assumption that the outside view is not significant is something that I would take. That it gives you something that the inside view cannot. And just we've privileged the insider view with all our politics. Right? And there was a time when the outsider view was privileged. Ahmedabad grew with that from time to time, that the insider and the outsider view coexist, which is the point I made in the beginning. Right? And what Corbusier brought was an outsider's view to Indian architecture. The fact that you assume that he didn't study, that you assume that he did not rigorously look at research, okay, I think is where the problem lies. He did. And now we are looking at his archives and we are looking at the nature of that study. That's quite astounding.
Mhm.
right? And many
What was shocking for you to look at his archives?
no, what
That general people, I mean, even
no
architects
for
wouldn't
me
know that, wouldn't aware.
what is constantly shocking is the rigor,
Mm.
and that's what distinguishes great architects or great
Mm.
anybody. Doesn't matter. Sports person is the nature of practice. For me, that practice of just the rigor of it. I know I'm not capable of it. Let me be very frank here. Just the rigor of your disciplinary practice. To him, it didn't matter that it was Indian. He was engaging with another part of the world. He studied it like he would study the monks in the south of France. To him, he was as much a foreigner to the order of monks that he designed the monastery at La Tourette as he was to us. Okay, I'm saying that he was as much as an outsider. He's still an outsider to them. He had to, that he was a Frenchman and he was able to speak their language and so on, allowed him to become, or allowed him a view that he did not have the privilege of in India. But what I'm saying is that to assume that the outsider's view is inherently less significant than the insider's view is something that Ahmedabad puts into question through its own history. Right? And I'm saying that Corbusier at that time was given the opportunity by the mill owners to put his view architecturally forward towards the articulation of a modern Indian architecture.
So why was this a great concentration of world's greatest architects at this particular city, that too in India?
No, it was not a concentration. It was just one architect.
Like Louis Kahn.
Louis Kahn came later, 20 years later. He came in the 60s, 70s, 10, 15 years later.
Okay.
But, I mean, all invited by the same people, the same mill owners. Doshi was involved with both cases. Doshi is a very important man in the architectural imagination of Ahmedabad. I mean, and he's a boy from Bombay. I mean, he comes to Ahmedabad at the age of 24.
Right. And it's great to see a city where one of its main street is named after an architect. Like you don't get to see in other parts of the...
Yeah, architects are not acknowledged. Well, I mean, that's not true.
I mean,
we know
had a
Lutyens.
tremendous impact in the...
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
So tell me about Louis Kahn, and then we move on to Doshi and...
Well, Louis Kahn was brought to India he was brought to the notice of the mill owners and Vikram Sarabhai, I understand, who was setting up IIM by Doshi. Initially, from, again, recent archival findings, what the understanding was that IIM was going to be built by NID, and a group of architects in NID. And at that point in time, NID was going to have a school of architecture. But then it separated, and CEPT became the School of Architecture. Now CEPT became a separate institution. But from what I understand, that it was on Doshi's recommendation that Kahn was invited to be actually a consultant to the architect team at NID to build. Now, the team at NID was very much in awe of Kahn. By then, Kahn was at the height of his career. And what he was building in America was astounding. A lot of the team that was based in NID knew that he was the architect, though in technical and legal terms, he was a consultant to them. And they all supported that. And therefore, Kahn developed the design of. But yeah, I think that the buildings at IIM are really significant.
Yeah.
And in our imagination, in fact, in many ways, the visual language of those buildings had an equal impact on Indian architecture as Corbusier.
What visual language?
The visual language of brick, the arch, the discipline, the austerity of those buildings. Discipline is a very good word. That you can, with very little, you can make great architecture. Really not. Those were
just brick and mortar.
Yeah, but also, those buildings were built on a very tight budget for their time. And therefore, there were some construction compromises. Like always, when there's cost involved, you compromise on certain details, and some decisions were taken, notably the one to put steel in the arches rather than put concrete ties and things like that. So, and the building part of the controversy right now is that it is that those decisions that impact the life of the building, etc., etc. But
Like, what is the controversy? Like, complete
well, the
picture.
controversy was that those buildings should be brought down because they are unsafe. I think there are more creative ways to deal with that building. I think that we give the author of these buildings divine status. And therefore, we think that we cannot engage with those buildings in a creative manner. And that somehow the only option is either you restore it to its original condition, you break it down and rebuild it again, or you retrofit it as close to the original as possible. I think these things have happened in buildings all the time, that they wear and tear, they deteriorate and so on. And you should be allowed to add, subtract, and you should have a competition that allows you to deal with the problem. Right? So if there's a problem, then there must be a competition of how to deal with it. Not necessarily restoring it to Khan's original, but taking into account whatever new needs there are. But it has to be done in a very structured manner that articulates what is the value of the building that Khan gave us.
Stood for.
Yeah. And therefore, there is a kind of intergenerational growth of that building that Khan added, somebody else added. And there already is. People don't realize that there are already 6 architects or 5 architects to IIM. It's not just Khan. Khan's is just one part of it. After that, Raje, Doshi, Katpalya, Inni architects, Bimal Patel, these are all people who added to that campus. So it's not that it can't be done. It's just that we don't have a creative way of looking at multiple authorship. Right? We think that, oh, he's the god and his must be maintained as it is. So the way that we make and remake and maintain buildings is no longer a creative process. Every time a building deteriorates, it's an opportunity to engage with the building. And we don't look at it that way. And I think there are many negative things about that building that need to be addressed. And things change over time. The hostel buildings that they wanted to bring down, students want air conditioning. You should be able to put in air conditioning with making some change to that building without losing its value. And I think that the problem that architects have had, and this is not only in the case of Khan's buildings, but in case of their own work, what exactly is the value that I bring to a project? When I ask you, like, let's experiment about life, your life, what am I bringing to the project? And if I can't articulate that value, then as a discipline, we will not sustain ourselves. And we are losing ground. The government has already passed that anybody can build their own house. They don't need an architect's degree. So you can imagine how devalued my contribution to a project is when you can do it without me, legally. Certain types of projects, certain types you need an architect. But I'm just saying, in general, that's the question I would ask. And we are not, and notoriously, we have not been able to identify the value that we bring to our projects. So if an architect is acting or practicing like somebody who is just applying materials, like a choreographer of materials, that's not an architect, in my opinion. There is some structural, there is some transcendental value that you have to bring. Otherwise, you're a craftsman. There is some value that is essential that you have to bring that responds to some spirit of being human, is how I see it, which is what both Khan and Corbusier brought to it, which I think Doshi and Korea continued. Other architects like Raje continued. It's not that it's limited to only overseas architects. No, I don't think so. I think many Indian architects have continued it, and there were architects before who had it.
What's the situation with IIM now? That building?
I'm not.
Is there any dialogue happening?
Yes, I believe they've taken professional advice. I know that they haven't broken it down. I don't know what the professional state is. I think the institution has recalibrated its position. That they're involving some of the best minds in the world, which is how it should be. Because it is a building of that kind of importance, significance. So that's as far as I know. Right? But I mean, coming back to your question about Khan, I mean, Doshi called Corbusier an acrobat, and he called Khan a yogi. He looked at them as two of his teachers, and he said, one is a yogi and one's an acrobat. I think that's a
Two side of
two different personas, and in some sense, one's architecture is meditative and the other is playful and adventurous. Now, you can look at it that way, but it's an interesting fact that both of these, the value is articulated not in practical terms, not in functional terms, but in something that is about quality and character and not in terms of use.
What are those qualities?
No, I'm just saying, I'm in the way that Doshi evokes them. When he says that one is an acrobat and one's a yogi, it doesn't tell you about either of them as professionals. It tells you about the value of their buildings. It doesn't tell you that Khan's the circulation and movement spaces are highly inefficient. They are 30% of the building area, right? So I'm just saying that those are not the metrics by which the value is being determined.
So if I make a visit to IIM, so what shall I notice?
Just the form. I don't know how else to put it.
The scale of the form.
The scale, no, just the presence of the building. It's like the way it sits there, the way that light comes through, the way that you feel the brick walls. Just those kind of things. There are other things I like about the building, which are more disciplinary, because I know the way the plan works and so on. But I think just as I was trying to remember what was it like the first time I went there. I just remember feeling the scale of these enormous walls and just the presence of that weight of brick. Just things like that. I don't know how else to explain it to you. The light is very beautiful, but those are well-known things about Khan's work.
So, Doshi.
Yeah.
Why is there a road named after him in Ahmedabad?
Well, because he's the most important architect that the country has had. Indian origin.
Only architect to win Pritzker Prize.
Yeah, also. Not a small feat. So
if you had to tell it to a general people, even a layperson can understand Doshi's achievement, how impact in
so I'll tell
society.
You what I think is in order of importance. I think the most important contribution he made was by setting up the School of Architecture, which is now CEPT University.
Producing great minds.
No, nothing like that. I mean, I think he looked at it in a much more direct engagement manner. Okay, and I did get to know Doshi to some degree. He was a teacher at the school and he set up a certain tradition of teaching. And when you ask me, why do you teach? I am very much part of that tradition. I learned at that school. I know generation after generation. I subscribe to the biases of that school and the ways that it was constructed at its initial stage. Many things have changed, many things remain. But the contribution of setting up an institution that held a certain value to architecture that has lasted 3 generations is the most significant contribution that he started. He also started the School of Planning, which I think is also important. And that whole institution now has grown into, an institution of national excellence. But so that's from an educator's perspective. And there is no way that you can underestimate what that institution is and did. The ethos and the sense of poetry that I talked about in Corbusier's work, not in the same way, in his own way, was kept alive by this institution. So it's one thing that you had Corbusier who brought it into architecture. It needed dissemination, and this was the man and the institution that did it. That poetic, humane human side of it. If you look at the 1963 curriculum of the School of Architecture, it's incredible. It looks at when you look at what the aims and objectives of that curriculum are, they are not to create a professional.
Mm-hmm.
They are to create the architecture of a human being. So each student is looked at as that this formative education that this school will give is to create you as a human being. That's the aim. How much it achieved and all, we can leave that. But that was the level at which it aimed. And that's what so you were meant to be like, you should know sociology and politics and art, music. You just had to know it. And it wasn't enough to just be an architect. You would be if you thought of yourself as a professional, you would be a very constricted human being. And so the biggest criticism up to 1991 when I joined was less than 30% of the people who had gone through this, who had enrolled in the School of Architecture, had actually graduated as architects. People had become film people, cameramen, choreographers, photographers, God knows it. But that education was so broad that you could move into any field. And it was a professional criticism that you set up a School of Architecture. You didn't set up a school. Right? But it was an invigorating place when we joined to be part of that education system. And you were being primed to receive at a much larger scale than just your professional domain. So to me, that was Doshi's biggest contribution. His contribution in architect is incredibly significant.
Mm-hmm.
But he would always look at it less than that human that he created with the education system. He was deeply engaged in that practice at Sangath. Some of the buildings, including the building at Sangath and the School of Architecture, in my opinion, the School of Architecture is his finest building. Sangath and many others, they were looking at how that poetic or symbolic register that Corbusier opened, and he only opened it. But Doshi was the guy who tried to find an Indian kind
character,
of anchor or core to that expression.
How about his housing projects? Did it have any impact in the city?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether they had an impact. I think they are significant projects in themselves, but it's difficult to say that they had impact because you don't see them replicated as typology across. So in that sense.
And who was this housing projects?
Well, like for example, they were largely institutional housing. So, I mean, he did the housing in IIM later, but his other housing were for institutions like IFCO or LIC. These were he did one significant master plan for Jaipur, but I don't think the housing part was realized. It was just a master plan. It was an urban master plan, but I'm not sure about Vidyadhar Nagar it was called. But his housing in Indore, which was accretive, Aranya, won the Aga Khan Award, all of that, as an idea, was very much of its time. We call it, it was a kind of modular sites and services kind of approach. And it is very well recognized. But again, if you ask, did it influence the way that housing developed in the country? I would have to say no. I think they were very important experiments, but they didn't catch on. It's not like you saw commercial developers or government housing of that time. On the other hand, there's a lot of housing in Delhi, which were done by Delhi architects, which, because they were through institutions like DDA and were part of the development authority, they gained much more visible traction. So I think it was not only about whether his design proposals were valuable. It was also the institutional structure they were part of that played a role in the way they were perceived. But I think in both the LIC housing and the Aranya housing, I think one of his most important contributions was the contribution that the user takes over the housing over time. And that the architect must put in the armature and structure that allows the user to take over, and not look at the user's takeover as a diminishing of its aesthetic value.
Mm.
Whereas most designers look at the way that users change their designs as a compromise by the user. They will always get defensive. Oh, but the user has changed that. That's not how I designed it.
Mm.
Whereas Doshi would revel in the fact that a user could do something, okay, that his structure had excited.
Mm.
Okay, that it became a kind of starting point, a germ, and then it took over. And the fact that it was taken over as an excitement that was palpable when Doshi spoke about his housing. So that kind of made him quite distinct from many of his contemporaries.
And did that aspiration continue after Doshi?
It did. It through the school, as I said. I think a lot of, in fact, the CEPT and the School of Architecture were criticized for being Doshi's school, or for being completely trapped in Corbusier and Khan. These were literally things that were said, and perhaps it is true. There's always more than one reality.
Right.
So as much as you can say that tradition continued, you can also say that we were all trapped in that tradition.
You've been to Shodhan House?
I have.
How did it feel? And what do you felt, living there could be? Is it as usual as living at a...
No, it's not. It's a very self-conscious house, in my opinion.
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? I mean that if I have to do things in that house, I have to decide very clearly that I want to do it. If I want to go to the garden, so the upper terraces are called the hanging garden. I have to very deliberately leave the living room and go to that space. And it's a very valuable space. But I find in my way of living that when things happen accidentally and seamlessly, they are more, how would you say, part of my life. So I have to be very conscious that I'm doing something, or I want to do something. For me, that's what I mean by self-conscious. And it would make me very self-conscious about the fact that, I haven't been to that part of the house, because there's a certain kind of separation between things. But that's just me. I'm used to living in houses that have a fluid continuity between, let's say, a living room and a veranda.
Right.
Whereas here I would have to go to the garden. It wouldn't be continuous. But there are spaces also which are continuous. So I don't know. I almost look at that house as two houses in one. And I would inhabit one and then the other. And it would
really change one's personality.
I would become another person living in that house.
Right.
And it would be interesting to see how I change.
This is a perfect example for how architecture influences how you are and as a person. Right?
And the thing is, I understand that clients don't want to change, because I've had the opportunity of doing 2 apartments for myself and my family. And I find that I continue a lot of things. So continuity is important. And so much so that now I find that the way that, and I've not even done the architecture, I've just done what we would call interior, but the organization of the interior apartment. I find that there are remnants of the house that I grew up in, where my parents lived, which I haven't lived in for 30 years. And I've brought back some of that completely unconsciously into the way that we live here. And so I understand the necessity for continuity. So there's this there's this dilemma for experimentation and continuity. And we continuously return to this theme.
Free will.
Yeah.
Free will.
Free will and memory and all of those kind of juicy things.
Right. NID, again, big contribution to city.
Yes. NID, I've always looked at as a kind of interesting other world of design from architecture. And I personally have not had much to do. I haven't much to do with that institution. There were a couple of design competitions that they used to hold. And it was very interesting because it was furniture design and something that I've always had, I've always enjoyed. And this was before I ran the workshop and so on. But I remember looking at what I came up with in the competition. I made an entry with a friend of mine, and the two of us made a piece of furniture for that competition, and we were both from CEPT. And the NID students, their work was so different. We were the only ones from CEPT who gave in an entry. And we saw all the NIDs, and they had a consistency. So there was clearly a school of thought there. And we came from a different school of thought. And I remember how nervous it made me feel at that time as to which is the right school. And I remember talking to a professor about it. He said, there is no right school. Every school is an assumption. And I think for me, that was a really interesting engagement, that there is no truth here. Everybody is trying to grapple with what the truth might be. So, yeah. And just when you said NID, it just triggered that memory more than anything else.
So these buildings were done after post-independence.
Yes.
So when India was imagining its future, and what did this architecture say about what the country wanted to become?
Well, it certainly said certain things, that we had material resource crunch. All of them. They all were built in a very frugal time. There was austerity measures, all of that. Concrete, cement, brick. These are well-known conditions of that time, the context. They were all built in that time. And it almost seems to me that there was such a euphoria of independence. There was such positive energy that you still had the optimism of poetry and art and creativity in that time when there was so little. I mean, you have to. What was our what do we call it? Growth rate.
GDP.
GDP was ridiculous. Okay, but I read somewhere our growth was 0.001% or some crazy thing like that. Non-existent. We were not growing. We were just stagnant economy. But we had famine. We had drought. We had food shortage. We had metal shortage. We had concrete shortage. How are we going to develop? And in that time, you get people thinking about poetry and music and art and some of the finest shit some of the finest stuff, of that, with a certain strength, certain integrity. That you may not, you may say that there's plethora of talent now, but there's something really authentic about that work that came out at that time, really kind of grounded in the realities that were there at that time. But that optimism is what always makes me smile when I'm in those buildings, because they all envision a particular kind of world. You talk about that. What is the kind of world? There's a world in which there is a certain freedom of movement. There's a world in which one is not kind of restricted in one's desire to learn. There's a world which makes invisible the boundaries of who you can be. Doors are open. Doshi talks about this in literal terms with the doors at the School of Architecture, that Doshi used to talk the winds of knowledge, or the winds of the world flow through his house, all that. There was a sense that we are unlimited beings, unfettered, and that's really significant when there were so many bloody physical constraints. And it seems that the more that we've been able to loosen ourselves from those physical constraints, the more mental and emotional barriers we've created for ourselves to be creative. That's the sense I get.
I think that's about post-independence. Now we'll take a break and
we get back to
contemporary.
We get to us. I'm going to put on the AC for a bit just to cool the room, man. You've really heated things up, man. Here we go.
So, Ahmedabad, the present times. So after we have discussed everything we have discussed, like Sultanate, capital, merchant city, textile powerhouse, laboratory for modernism, what is Ahmedabad today?
What is Ahmedabad today? Well, one way of looking at it is it's almost the capital of India. So yeah, I mean that's only half a joke. On every joke is only half a joke. Well, in some sense, it is the city that is being looked at as projecting an image for what Indian urbanity might look like by our government. Okay. And it is the most official vision that one can have at this point in time. And that's just the way that one looks at it, given that the experiments that were actualized and in some sense reinforced the visions that took Mr. Modi from Chief Minister to Prime Minister were executed in Ahmedabad. And it is not a small thing that major heads of state from major visiting heads of state are brought to Ahmedabad and shown the city over being shown certain aspects or places in Delhi, etc. So I don't think that the joke that I made is far off, but it is, I mean, it's only in symbolism. There is a certain kind of developmental nature to growth in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, that does epitomize the aspirations of contemporary India, business, a certain kind of developmental growth, all of those things. So in that sense, I do think that you ask me, what is Ahmedabad today? It is the Indian benchmark for how cities are aspired to be. And in some ways, it's not far off. It has, in whatever environmental way one might look at the riverfront, it has generated public space, it has generated connectivity, it has looked at pollution control, it has looked at civic edge formation. Many, many dimensions have been addressed through that project of the Sabarmati riverfront. Its ecological problem is not the concrete that makes the edge, it's the water itself that doesn't belong to a seasonal river. The maintenance of that aesthetic of water is a very expensive one in ecological terms, not in money. I'm sure we can afford it.
What about it?
Well, it comes from the Narmada, it comes from the Narmada Canal. There's a certain kind of artificiality to the fact that it doesn't flow, that it is a lake, it's not a river, that it is an artificial lake, that we are on sandy soil, that it is difficult to maintain a water ecology, that the water is almost a dead water, that it is not supportive of ecological cycles that sustain water. These are not small things. They are unthought out, or maybe they were thought out, but what was imagined doesn't work. So, in my opinion, the concrete banks are not the ecological problem. It's the imagination of the river as a perennial river that is the ecological problem. And it will lead to a nice urban life around it. You already have boat cruises that you can have dinner on. There was an effort by SpiceJet to have a seaplane that could land and take you to the Statue of Unity. All of that may not sustain itself. We don't know. There may be promenade life, all of that. But the fact is that that water is not sustainable. That a huge amount of energy and cost is being expended in order to keep that image up. That's one part of it. But one just has to zoom out, and if you are a citizen of Ahmedabad and you live your life in a 10-kilometer radius where the wet part of the Sabarmati is a part of it, then you have no clue as to what the Sabarmati river is upstream or downstream.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take it that you are somebody who drives outside the city to Gandhinagar and further. And you realize, as you do on a Google map, and you can take it on a Google map and just look at that Sabarmati river, and it's a 10-kilometer strip that has water in it. Everything else is brown and dry. And that sense that this is completely artificial, something that you can't get rid of, and that ecological dimension of it is so clear when you look at it outside. But we've got a kind of imagination that is self-contained to urban life, where less and less we have an image of what the outside is like. Our lives are so complete in the crystalline limits of urbanity that we have no sense of the outside. The more that we have technology and social media and we immerse ourselves in the imagery and the regurgitation of images that support more and more artificial urbanity, we will less and less be worried about the ecological connectivities and relationships that this river city is part of. And we had a moment in the 90s when you could have imagined what is the river's edge for a seasonal river that doesn't have water all the time. But we chose, as we do many times, to follow an image that belongs to somewhere else. And it doesn't matter whether it comes from Paris or London or, or for that matter from the Ganges. It doesn't matter, but it does not belong here.
Mm.
And I think that ecological sense is something that one has to look at. So, I remember talking to Pradeep Kishan about green and the ecology. And he said, said something that has never left my mind. He said that the idea that green is ecological was brought to India by the British because they were used to looking at vegetation as green because that's what is the inhabitant species of the British Isles and of Europe. But our North Indian, particularly landscapes, are brown. And a lot of the trees for a large portion of the year are brown. So ecology, the color of ecology and its relationships in North India are certainly brown. And to have green evergreens growing there, like you do in Lutyens, Delhi, is a transplantation of foreign species into a particular type of landscape. Now, one can argue about what we were talking, the biology of plantation by colonial forces and the way it transforms our perception of the environment. But this is that kind of change in ecological imagination. It's the same kind. It's a colonized kind of imagination of water, where the edge is hard.
Mm.
And what would you say? Consistent. So I think that's what I think is at the root of Ahmedabad's new identity.
Mm-hmm.
That it's somehow the older character that I spoke of
Right.
is changing. And some might argue that it's changing necessarily.
Mm.
It has got new forms of infrastructure, some of which I mentioned in terms of projects. But it has the BRTS, the metro. It will have the high-speed rail. It will be connected to Bombay in ways that I'm not sure we completely grasp what it means when Bombay to Ahmedabad is a 4-hour train journey. So what it does to real estate values in Ahmedabad when Kurla, you leave and you reach here in 3.5, 4 hours. Does this become a suburb of Bandra?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the question I have. But anyway, I mean, one can look at it in so many ways. I don't think we really know. But all these infrastructural projects, in some ways, are inevitable, in my opinion. For example, once a organism reaches a certain size, if I use the physics and biology analogy again, it needs to reorganize. So I think contemporary Ahmedabad is many cities in one city. It's no longer a mono-urbanity. Right? You've got communities within communities within communities. So if I want the best banana wafers from Kerala, I know which part of the city to go where that community lives. So they expect authentic food of their, from where they are. And that's a kind of conclave within the larger city of Ahmedabad. And those lines are getting harder again. So I was telling you that boundaries change. And if you have softer boundaries at one scale, you get harder boundaries at other scales. And this is constantly reforming in cities that reconfigure them, though physically they may seem like consistently developing. And in that sense, Ahmedabad's a very different city. I think in that reorganization, the violence of the riots played a very important role. Whether that is deliberate or not is another question. But the riots did reorganize real estate in the city. It reorganized the way communities are distributed across the city. It reorganized the way that communities have access to real estate and infrastructure. So, I mean, these are realities, however you want to interpret them and what their causes and what was at the root of of that phenomenon is another question. But these are realities that these did happen, and that the western part of Ahmedabad came out of its planning came out of very particular political and economic circumstances. The city has grown in that direction. So, I mean, these are the ways that I look at the modern city of Ahmedabad, that it is being tested. Is it the same organism, or is it like the caterpillar is becoming a butterfly, completely changing, transforming into something else? I think it is. I think that the relationships that held it together for all these centuries, 600 years, and it's not a coincidence that it's 600 years, and then we see the change more clearly. So I think that is the scenario. I mean, I think that balance between insider and outsider that I started off with has changed considerably. I think that the scale at which connectivity operates between the center and the state in our political system has changed. So all of that is having different pushes and pulls on the city of Ahmedabad. And its architecture. Its architecture has become very privatized. So whereas if I look at even a generation earlier, even in the 80s and 90s, that there was a large amount of public architecture being generated. That became infrastructure, and now it's either infrastructure or which is done by the government, or private architecture, which is within enclaves or within gated communities, very controlled environments in that sense, not part of the urban continuity of urban space, of public space. So a lot of what you see as contemporary architecture will be private projects. There will it's difficult to talk about this because there's also been an economic and political shift that institutions have got privatized. So even when I started looking at schools and colleges with privatization of that, you would say that the very ethos of public institutions has weakened. So of course, architecturally, you will find fewer of them. So you will find private schools rather than public schools as your key architectural works. And in that sense, the architect is not responsible. It's a larger picture that's changing, and the architect is responding to it. But I do think that's the pattern that one is seeing.
And that's the pattern I observed in Ahmedabad. Like, it's quite active in the late night.
Yeah.
Not in the morning.
So people will come out.
Like coming from South India, it's like a shock for me
Yeah.
to see people are well active even post 1 a.m. in the late night.
Partly climatic, but then it reiterates itself through cultural. It becomes cultural. But like, for example, before the Sabarmati riverfront project came, you would find a lot of people hanging out on bridges. You should see that now. Even though there's the Sabarmati, people like just hanging out on bridges. And that's very common late evening, particularly near the old city, near the medieval city. They'll walk out from Kanpur and, that area and just walk out onto the riverfront. And you will inhabit. Morning walkers along the riverfront will use that place. Cyclists will use that place. My kids, as critical as I have been of the riverfront, I used it when my kids were growing up for cycling, running, rollerblading. There were not many places where you could do these things. And some of the infrastructure that's come up in the sports complex is absolutely fantastic. I am not sure it's still used up to potential, but it will be. It will have a culture of use. Playing tennis and using a skateboard pit is not something that we are used to, that kind. So it will take time. So I don't think on that front one would criticize it. I told you what I think, but I do think that the other level of critique is that it is thought of as ecological for sure, but that the imagination is infrastructural and not one of urban public space. Purely if I look at the park, it's almost like this much area has been designated for park. There's no thought about the fact that how these places will be used in the afternoon, what are the patterns of use, etc., etc. So it's more labeling on a plan. And that's why I say it's infrastructure, not in terms of what is the quality of urban space, that public space that is creating, to what is that public space connected.
Right. When I was traveling in the cab from the airport, that strikes you, that riverfront.
Yes.
And looks like a dead space in the...
Well, for many
daylight.
Many times of the day, it is dead. And that's why I mean that it hasn't been thought of in its full cycle of life, how it's going to be used.
Is that the only component of built environment that defines modern Ahmedabad?
No, I don't think so.
What are the other public components got built in the present days, which you think is a success?
I think some of the public parks are fantastic. I think some of the urban design exercises for street design is improving. CG Road is one of them. I think they've just redone it. The earlier version was good. Now it's a little bit better. One could look at just the quality of road networks as also something that is reasonably well thought out. I think in terms of urban planning, I think there's a lot of thought being put into how the city grows. I'm not sure all the problems are resolved in execution. That's not something that I'm qualified to assess.
Right, but I can vouch for the parks. I went to a park yesterday, Parimal Gardens.
Yeah.
Amazing. Like, I saw every age group, right from the baby to the elderly, using the space, and families, singles, couples, everyone using that space.
So you're going to meet two of the people who are responsible for that park. That park was originally, as far as I know, the result of an initiative by Kamal Mangaldas. The original design was by Kamal Mangaldas, and recently it was redone, and the design is by the landscape architect Aniket Bhagwat. he has done many parks. In fact, many of the parks are being done by public-private partnership as part of your CSR program with Torrent. And some of them are really well designed. He is very much part of that initiative. But even then, he is doing the landscape design of parks which are designated by planning process. So one has to give credit to the planning process. I mean, Parimal Gardens and some of the other historical gardens were there before. But even in the new areas, there is a reasonable amount of garden which is being done. So I'm saying these are all good initiatives. I also told you about the initiative of the public space around the Talavdis, the lakes. That hasn't been executed as well, but it still has the potential of being re-executed with better design, better landscape, better public space design. So there is the possibility of a lot of good public space. I understand that the Kankaria Edge development, which is a lake development, also done by the same architects as Bimal Patel as the riverfront. It was already a hard edge, so the way that it has been developed actually makes a lot of sense, and that park area is kind of well developed. My only concern there is now from being an open entry, it's now a paid entry. So you can decide for yourself how that limits the use of public space.
So what are the problems of Ahmedabad in the present day?
Oh, what? The problems of Ahmedabad were like...
The major one.
You'd have to say that there is a communal problem. You can't dismiss that. There are divisions, social divisions that are still consequence of the riots and the politics of our time, one could say. So that is one. I would also say that is the other problem. I think there are several which are kind of more generic to Indian cities in the way we look at traffic, the way we look at automobile use, the way that we look at pollution, the way we look at... Actually, it does not have much green. You mentioned that you felt it had a lot of trees, but I mean, if you start looking at it percentage-wise or tree cover-wise, it's actually quite low.
Right.
I mean, Indian cities are low in general, but Ahmedabad's low. Air quality, all of those things are things that you would and should worry about.
Right. Do you think Ahmedabad needed a metro?
I think? Yes, I do think it needed.
When I traveled through metro, I didn't see many people using it.
No, it's not. It's not. I think from what I understand of the metro and like I was telling you, I think that you can plan for these things, but there are redundancies and multiple systems at play, which one has to look at. And I think that one of the things challenging the metro in our case is that I understand that there's a duplication between the metro system and the BRTS system. That's one. So they're competing with each other in some sense. Okay. The other thing I think is that the automobile, the taxi and the rickshaw system is so efficient.
Right.
In just the way that it deals with connectivity and is so interestingly priced. When you
very
don't,
affordable.
Right. No, I don't know.
From South India,
no, but
very affordable.
Very affordable. But no, what I mean is not only that, but even if it's not affordable, systems of sharing, systems of collaborative use, all of this makes it much more an adaptive system, which puts the price point even of an affordable metro into question, because we haven't thought of the system, as I told you, of in terms of the last point, connectivity and so on and so forth. So we don't, I mean, if I have to, for example, for 2 stations, I don't have public transport that takes me to the metro station and away from the metro station to my final destination. That means I have to change 3 modes of transport. I would rather take the rickshaw if the price point is not very different. And I think in Ahmedabad, because also I told you that the travel distances are short because of mixed use, the metro will be challenged. But I still do think that the metro is an important infrastructure to have, because of the way that the city is developing, the way that the Ahmedabad Gandhinagar metropolitan region is growing as one city. We look at them, initially we used to look at it as two cities, and it still feels like two cities, but in
days to come, you think
it will be one metropolitan area. And at that time, by then, hopefully the metro system will be completely ready. And, you will be able to traverse. Also, I mean, at some point, okay, our cities are going to have to regulate automobile use. It is going to become an unsustainable system in terms of just traffic, pollution, sound, on all livability parameters. We're going to have to say, what are we going to do with cars? I mean, there's no other way to say it.
Yeah, honking was the biggest thing for me when
you came to Ahmedabad.
People honk a lot here.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they honk a lot in India in general, and then here it's a way of speaking. Actually, it's not honking. It's the way you talk to each other when you're in a car.
Car to car communication.
So, it's very expressive. So, yeah.
So in 2017, Ahmedabad became India's first UNESCO World Heritage City. So what does that recognition actually mean in practice?
In practice, I think we are still trying to find out.
So has that changed the way people look at the city?
No, firstly, let's be clear here. Okay, when we say Ahmedabad as a UNESCO World Heritage City, no, it's only the medieval city and the house form of the medieval city that's been given that inscription. It's not suddenly that the whole city becomes...
Not the whole city.
No, it's one portion, the portion that we were discussing, okay, which is within the medieval quarters. For its house type, which we said comes from a syncretic tradition that is influenced by many communities, the value of that has been acknowledged by UNESCO as important to all of humanity. Right? So we have to be clear about that. It's not even the mosques, not even the temples, not even the other great buildings that are there in Ahmedabad that have been given that inscription. It is for the house form, the syncretic house form of Ahmedabad, that inscription. So this idea that somehow this big city is now a World Heritage City is a little bit erroneous and not accurate.
Right.
It's a very specific set of artifacts that have been recognized. So what it means is that we have to take care of those houses for humanity. That's how important they are. And we are doing nothing about it. I mean, we are doing very little about it. We are writing reports. I was part of that, actually. I led the team that was part of the National Institute of Urban Affairs that was appointed by the municipality to write the report for the conservation plan for the city, or the heritage conservation plan. Now, that's a story in itself, okay, and we won't go there. But the point is that when you're looking at that precinct as being of a certain value, one of the things that we need to do is make sure that its symbolic value and its real value have some parity. Right now, they are not. Symbolically, to architects, cultural theorists, historians, heritage professionals, that precinct is of great value. In realistic terms, in terms of the people who use and live there, it has no value. So the first job is to make that valuable to the people who are already there. And for that, we need to do a lot of things to make it more livable. Infrastructure. It's a simple infrastructure exercise. And in my opinion, we are looking at it as a kind of conservation exercise. That we have to make the houses look better, put lime plaster, make them look as they did at the time they were built. But that will give it one type of value, but it does not make that precinct valuable in a sustainable conservation, historical kind of way.
So what infrastructure is
we need drainage, we need
Mm-hmm.
water supply, we need internet, we need all the things that we need social infrastructure.
What makes a modern life?
Yeah, I mean, a person living in that old city, where does their child have to go to play cricket at the highest level?
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing in that system He has to go outside the system. So in order to, though this is about those houses, it is also about what sustains those houses in terms of quality of life. Because the house is just a dabba, man. A very beautiful dabba.
Right.
But if it's not connected to modern life, it's not going to have value. And that value needs to be kind of reconfigured for our contemporary time, which is what that plan was supposed to do. Right. And the thing is, if we look at only conservation, we will restore artifacts, but we will not make it sustainable. And it's not sustainable. So my sense is that the World Heritage inscription required us to look at this as a living urban system.
Which is well functioning.
And that plugs into the contemporary and not something that you isolate as historical or as of another time. And right now it's becoming, in my understanding, more isolated.
I think if municipality pulls this off, I think that'd be a great success. I mean, it'd be a great achievement.
I hope they do, but it is not looking very good right now.
Why so?
I think that there is no political will. This is my simple understanding.
Who
it doesn't
lives
matter.
there?
It doesn't. Who lives there? It's a mixed. It is
What
still.
are their occupations?
So it's a very complex situation. That's the first thing. The first thing is that who lives there is not necessarily the person who owns the house. So there's a tenant of a tenant of a tenant. It's sublet. So if I have a fifth, level sublet, and that guy is giving it to somebody who's using it as a warehouse, what do I do? Now, the question is like this. The question is that Ahmedabad has a particular vision of development, and the vision is on the west side. Okay, and that comes from looking at retail. It comes on looking at development in a certain way. That way looks at scale and has an attitude to finance that is looked at as a certain large ticket size, which means a developer needs to have a certain amount of capital in order to develop in a particular manner. If I'm going to use, for example, the advantages of FSI that transport-oriented development corridor allows for. Okay, so I get an increased FSI along a transport corridor, allows for higher density, which then services and finances the cost of infrastructure. That's well known. Now, the problem with the old city is that my scale, my economic scale, is not a west side, or it's not a kind of large-scale retail, not the Tatas, it's not Reliance, right? It's a homegrown, family-run business, which is a much smaller scale. What urban policy have you heard of in the last decade and a half that talks about development for that scale of business? What is the aspiration that a Kirana store owner has in a 5-year period? What is that aspiration? What should his shop do in 5 years time? Okay. That's the question that is not being answered in the planning of our cities at all. Right? So when I have that shop, what warehousing facilities do I have? What is our warehousing policy for that scale of business or industry? Yes, of course, Amazon has the policy for their scale and other businesses. I'm just using Amazon as a... But at the scale of the Kirana store who needs inventories of a much smaller volume, where do I store? Where do I warehouse? Where does the real estate allow me to? In the old city. So the houses are being used as warehouses because I need proximity and I need space, and those houses are dilapidated. So nobody wants to live there. So they are depreciating in value because they are being used as warehouses. So the whole environment there now has lost value because nobody wants to live with a fire risk.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm storing goods, it's a fire risk in a wooden house. Storing electrical products. Right? So am I going to allow lifts to be put into these houses? What is the drainage and water supply? The toilets are outside. They were not originally designed with latrines. How do we address these issues? This is not what we are.
Right.
This is not the way that we are writing our reports for these.
What is the ideal use? Like you would, see those spaces to be utilized as or experienced as. What is the best ideal use as a living property?
The only vision that right now we have is tourism, that they should be used as homestays or second homes at the very best. Okay. People who are actually living there as their first homes, I don't think we have the right policies for them. I don't think we have an imagination of those policies as to what kind of livelihoods. And we're not talking about people who are necessarily poor. Like if you go to Kalupur's cloth market, we are talking about a business of 700 crores a day in some of these markets. That's the economic potential of these.
Wow.
Now, the point is, it doesn't matter what that number is. Okay. All I'm saying is they can afford their own temple. They can afford, they have enough political clout to be able to impact municipal action in their area. So it's not
a money problem.
No, it's not anything problem. It's
It's
a political will of whether we want to organize these cities in a way that benefits the people that live in them, or whether the only way that we can think about these kind of historical contexts is through gentrification and tourism.
That's the best use of those spaces.
That's the only imagination of space that you have. You don't know how to think about it for the people who live there.
How much would it cost estimation for? Of course, you have run across the number hypothetically to restore, the whole.
Well, it can't be done by a government. It has to be incentivized to be done by people. It has to be collaborative. It has to be, let me put this way, it has to be participatory. The people, you have to put in a system that incentivizes people to take care of their houses. This is not the government being Papa Bear and doing it for you. It's not a charity scheme. It can't be. Cities don't work like that.
Where is the patronage spirit Ahmedabad once had?
It shouldn't be a patronage spirit, in my opinion.
Participative again.
Yeah, because it's about houses. The people don't build houses because somebody else pays for them. They build houses because there's an economic system that sustains livelihoods, that allows them to have surplus that then they can feed back into their domestic environment. You will not have a population that has any kind of self-respect or self-esteem or sense of dignity if you do it that way. So it's not about some, philanthropist coming out and donating. It's about putting in urban systems that are self-sustaining.
So what do we lose if you do not take care of this heritage?
We are already lost. Let me give you the numbers.
Yes.
Right. So if I have got this right, okay, in 2012 there were 11,000 houses of historical value. In 2016 that dropped to about 2,700, and now it's even less. So actually the inscription has caused a loss of heritage value, because the moment those regulations and that news went, people immediately started dismantling and destroying their houses, getting rid of the wooden work, selling it, and then diminishing its value so that they could make change over time. If I have a heritage house, then I'm under certain constraints of following the norms that will be put in place at whichever time they're put in place. This happened almost immediately. But the moment there was a heritage movement, which started, I think, with the French in 89, slowly there was a loss of heritage value in the houses. Monuments are very well protected by ASI, right? Very well is relative, but compared to the houses, So we have much less of the heritage than 20 years ago.
So Ahmedabad is growing incredibly fast. New roads widening, new neighborhoods, massive development. How does a city grow without losing the character that made it special?
Well, there's enough literature to suggest that widening of roads doesn't solve traffic problems. Okay, they do not solve it. They, in fact, increase the volume of traffic, and therefore the density remains about the same, the carrying capacity, and so on. And we know this from almost every European country, that road widening is not a solution to traffic. So that's where I stand on it. I think we lose a lot with road widening. There is a certain kind of critical dimension that makes good urban space that can accommodate both pedestrian and vehicular movement. My issue is that we are so besotted with the automobile that we cannot even conceptualize of purely pedestrian streets anymore. And I think we can plan for them, that we can make parts of the city which are completely pedestrian friendly and only pedestrian. But we don't think about it that way. That's my take on it. I do think, I said this earlier, that I do think that we will have to regulate automobile use. There's no way that we can do it without it. And it will become finally a livability issue. It's not going to be an economic issue. We are only going to have more resources to buy more cars.
But I still don't feel the dense. No, it's not still dense yet. It will be eventually.
You mean in terms of building or in terms of traffic?
The number of vehicle traffic.
Yeah, but what do you want?
This is good enough. It shouldn't exceed this, but this is.
Why do you want it at all? Why would you not imagine? I'm just saying that why would we not aspire for maximum use of public transport? Why wouldn't I incentivize it to such an extent that to use a car is so expensive that you'd have to be insane to use it, or you'd really need to use it in an emergency? I'm just asking you, why would that be even a kind of a requirement? Why wouldn't I rip out all the tarmac and just grow gardens everywhere and just walk as much as I can and use the metro and cycle and not use an automobile? I'm just curious why we wouldn't want to make that part of the imagination. I'm not suggesting it's practical. I'm simply asking, why wouldn't that be the vision for a livable city? Why wouldn't I kind of say that only, why wouldn't I grade types of movement? If I have to walk, if I have to move more than 10 minutes walking, I have to walk. If I want to take a car for 10 minutes walking would be what? About 300 meters. No, not more than that. It's about a kilometer, let's say. Okay. Little less. Whatever. All I'm saying is that if I have to do, let's say, up to a kilometer, if I take any kind of powered vehicle, I have to pay a tax for 1 kilometer of walking. Anything more than 5 kilometers, I have to take a cycle. And anything more than whatever, I can take a car. And then public transport is open to everybody. Why wouldn't I at least explore these possibilities and imagine what a city could be, rather than assume that everybody should have a car? I'm happy to say that if people are going 20 kilometers, they must use their car tax-free. Anything 20 kilometers and above. You can put a number. I'm throwing a number at you. Why would you assume that for 500 meters I should take my car or even a scooter? Why can't I walk? Insist. Why can't I make it that you need?
We should make the path pedestrian friendly. People park on the.
Let's put it this way: we are very far from that, because there's no pleasure walking in an Indian city. Very few places. There are very few places in Ahmedabad that are pleasure to walk. One of the real pleasures of going abroad is that you can walk on a street. Really. It is one of the pleasures of being in their cities, that they are pedestrian friendly, they are cyclist friendly.
Right.
And yes, they don't have our density. They don't. right? We are talking about what, twice the density, thrice the density in some of our cities. But I'm sure we can think it through.
Yeah. New generation thinking.
I don't know. I think it's not about new generation thing. It's about letting go of our preconceived notions of what a good city is and really looking at our own cities with their own parameters
Right.
for what they are.
So the Smart City program came to Ahmedabad with significant funding. So what did it actually do? Where was the money utilized?
I don't know. I mean, I know it was used in infrastructure and the BRTS and JNNURM had some, but I'm not sure. I do know that, like, for example, traffic systems were temporarily improved. For example, they put cameras and all of that at traffic lights to catch people and give them e-challans and all of that. That was all very good. It worked for a while. For a year or maybe a little less, you saw people actually waiting at traffic lights and standing in line. Everything I told you that was not naturally part of Ahmedabad. But all of that did happen. And then suddenly it disappeared. So I don't know if the funding went or what happened or people didn't pay their challenge, but it seemed to work very well. And I don't know what happened, but I don't know the statistics or the financials on the smart city. I'm a little skeptical of smart cities, but that's just how it is. I'm skeptical only because they assume that data and technology will solve our problems. Okay. Whereas my sense is that we are always better off in our context when there is a sociological and technological mix of solutions. And that means there are multiple stakeholders involved, and it's done through a certain degree of conversation and discussion. But this idea that technology can solve everything is to me, like, just so far from any evidence that we have so far.
So Ahmedabad once had extraordinary craft traditions, wood carving, textile skills, architectural craftsmanship. Are those traditions surviving today?
In some very small pockets, yes. Like I told you about block printing in Jethapur on the outskirts of Ahmedabad. That may be. But craft is... one of the things is that if you have education, you can't have craft. Because craft is an intergenerational kind of
knowledge transfer.
And you can't at one level talk about nepotism and on the other saying that you want craft, because it doesn't work like that. So if you're going to say that, that you have value for intergenerational transfer, then you can't make a fuss about Shah Rukh Khan and his son or the entire Bollywood industry. You can't. That's just not on. Because of course, when you're part of that, I'm kind of deliberately making a provocative comparison. So it might be a little bit off scale, but I'm saying that we have an education system that talks about freedom from what my father did, that I have the choice to choose my direction in life. And where is the question of having value in intergenerational continuities? And that's been at the root of the nation state and the way that education has been structured. That individuality and self-expression and self-determination is important. Then you can't want the craft system, in my opinion. I mean, that intergenerational. I might be individually skilled, but that skill and knowledge that comes through repetitive intergenerational experience, I'm sorry, that you can't have in this system. You cannot aspire. You're dreaming, or you're exploiting. That means you're expecting certain communities to follow that, which are not incentivized. There's no institutional structure to incentivize them to remain in that space. You benefit from the freedom and expression of education that opens you up to economic systems. You become a designer through your education. And then as a designer, you go back into the villages, use your design knowledge to recalibrate craft and sell it to another market. That seems to me very devious. That seems to me hypocrisy of the highest kind.
Handcrafted by this.
Handcrafted, but also the way that designers and craftspeople collaborate. Okay. It's a completely unequal system. There are very few collaborations that I think there are examples of very fair ones. The equity system hasn't been thought through here. We can, therefore we can only lament the loss of craft. We don't have, we are not a culture that looks at, let's say, vocational schools. So I'm not putting in an infrastructure system that's, that for 70 years was subsidized by the government in order to put in, learning methodologies that encourage craft. Not like the university system. So the blue collar system has moved forward in a certain way, but the craft system, we didn't put in any infrastructure. And you want craft. How is this going to work? Did I give it social status by giving it institutional support? No, I did not. I had certain well-meaning individuals or private institutions or non-governmental organizations that supported it in some way as best they could. But no, we did not think that craft was important. We thought at our point of independence, we thought that industry was. And we go back to that Gandhi and the Milonas dialogue as it was at that time. It's no longer a dialogue. Craft is not a viable option to live. Sorry. If it was, then even farming would be. Because it involves the same level of labor. Until you are able to have an economy that incentivizes labor over thought, or at least balances in something, how can you talk about craft?
Ahmedabad produced one of the most extraordinary concentration of modern architecture in the world. Is that tradition continuing today? And what is the state of architecture here? And what are you sad about?
No, not sad. No. Not sad about the state of architecture. I think the state of architecture is quite vibrant. As I said, the environment in which architecture is practiced has changed. And the concentration of significant architecture, I think, is still high in Ahmedabad and is still being produced in a very important way. And that tradition of producing architecture of a certain quality continues. It's just that the parameters have changed, and therefore you cannot compare one generation's architecture to the other.
Times are different.
The context to which architects are responding is different. Okay, we are no longer talking about nation building in the same way. Or I might put it another way, that today what constitutes nation building perhaps means working with Reliance and not the government of India, or Adani's and not the government of India, or Tata's and not the government of India. Whereas nation building in 1960 meant working with institutional structures of the government of India, or those that were in some sense within the policy structure of the government of India. So if we are talking about NID or CEPT or IIM, they were within the same policy and vision structure of the government of India at that time. Nation building state. That is no longer the way that we look at it. It is much more, whether you are part of the larger business elite, maybe you call them billionaires, but whether you're part of their patronage systems, right? So, who are the architects that you look at who are part of that, or the developer network? Those are the people who are generating cities. So, no, I think there's some very interesting work that's coming out. Some of the younger architects, they are grappling with rural and small scale projects. There are architects in Chennai who are talking about public space, road networks, infrastructure design, housing. No, I think it's a very vibrant but much more varied kind of response you're getting from architects. Yes, we are not getting support. We're not getting support from professional structures like the Council of Architecture. Completely not. Right? There is no kind of, not like they should, let's say the RIBA in the UK or the Architects Association in America. No, we don't get that. So, if I have a client who is not paying, I have no recourse to justice. It's impossible. I have no professional support. So all those things we are far behind. But I think if you look at it in terms of production, there's some very interesting stuff happening.
For centuries, Ahmedabad was shaped by merchants rather than kings. Does that merchant spirit still define the city today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I still think that, I mean, why not call them merchants? But they transformed into industrialists, and now you would say that they've transformed into the business elite. They were always elite. They were always part of that class, or they became part of that class. So yes, but the economies have changed, and therefore the merchant has become an industrialist, has become a businessman, or has become a, I don't know, what do you call Adanis? Right? So, yes, I think that, I'm not saying that, but at one level, if I look at now the Ahmedabad airport, okay, and you look at the architects from across the world who are going to build there, it's a different type of architecture you're going to get. Can you say that when Bjarke Engels builds in Ahmedabad, when Big comes and builds the airport that they will do, would you say that that's not part of the same tradition that brought Corbusier here? Or would you say that the time has changed and it means something different? I think that's the question that we're dealing with. Is it part of that insider-outsider equation, or is it part of a different type of global flow? I'm not sure. But I think these are questions that time will tell. But right now, they are still questions. Some people will look at it as part of the same tradition that brought Corbusier here, that got Khan here. That I believe that tomorrow there's a lecture at CEPT by the Japanese architect Sajima. And I believe she's building a school they are building a school in Ahmedabad. So you're getting the world's finest architects.
That tradition is still continuing.
Is that the tradition, or is that a new kind of flow that is coming in with new flows of capital, global capital that are now plugging into the city? Right. And so we will find out. I think time will tell how those relationships are concretized.
The young city, Ahmedabad, has a large and growing young population. Do young people here feel connected to this city's extraordinary history, or does it feel irrelevant to how they are actually living?
I don't think history is part of our imagination anymore. I think it's diminishing, it's receding. That's my sense. I think that, like I said, the city is fragmented. Well, it's grown and fragmented at the same time into many cities. And therefore, it is no longer a city centered on the medieval city that was the inception of this area in 1423 or 1411. And you can live in a part of Ahmedabad that has no historical presence, which has no architectural presence that you and I are discussing. For example, I wrote this, I didn't write it, but I was the author of a book on the architecture of Ahmedabad, almost like a tourist guide. And it's really interesting. If you look, it covers about 200 buildings, and it gives you plans and a little bit of a description of each building. And when you actually look at the position of those 200 buildings, you realize they are actually in a quadrant. If you look at Ahmedabad as a circle, historically and modern buildings lie in a quadrant of about a quarter of that circle. So it raised the question to me, the 75% that doesn't have a single building that's listed in my book, does it mean that I think that 75% of the city has no architecture? It's an architectural guide to the city, and there's not a single building from 75% of the city. All of it is concentrated in 25%. And my sense is, therefore, if you live in that 75%, do you have any notion or experience of what we are talking about, in terms of architectural value, historical value? I don't think so. It also coincides that in that 75%, that fabric is the working class, absolutely hand-to-mouth area of the city. It's industrial labor. It's low income. It's organic, almost informal settlements, low infrastructural reach. And that's 75% of the city. So that reality in every Indian city, the fact that we've got, 60% that live in informal housing, slums. Those are realities of our cities that you talk about problems. That's a housing problem. It's a housing problem that's based on economics and politics, right? I mean, on one hand, you've got that. On the other hand, you've got 350,000 units lying vacant of housing that's unaffordable to anybody or not wanted. So, I mean, you have this. These are. So, no, I don't think that the history and architectural value is of consequence to a lot of people living in the city.
So what is the city aspiring to be?
Well, I can tell you what I would hope it looks forward to, and that is purely livability. I just think that if we are saying 25 to 30% of our cities are livable, the idea should be about whether the remaining 75% can be made livable or not. And at the moment, I don't look at our urban policies as one that are addressing the problem in that manner. And right now, it looks like we are looking at livability as a concentration, as to how do we make some parts of the city highly livable while we ignore other parts of the city. Or let's put it this way, it's not deliberate ignoring, it's inevitable ignoring that we have limited resources and they are towards this particular part of the city. So, and when I say part of the city, I don't mean in terms of only geography. I mean in terms of populations and distributions.
So if someone arrived in this city for the first time tomorrow, what is the one place you would take them to so they could understand the spirit of the city?
Oh, I'd take them to Manik Chowk.
Manik Chowk.
Yeah, I would take them near the Jami Mosque in the heat of the day. I would have taken you there, but we wanted to do a podcast.
Right.
I would take you in that area.
That would represent the spirit of the city?
I don't know the spirit of the city, but some of its vibe would be there in the old part.
Right.
Yeah, I would take you to the old part for sure. If I was to take you to the new part, I'd take you actually to the CEPT campus. And if I was to take you to a contemporary part, I would take you to a park.
Which park?
Probably Parimal Garden. Probably I would take you there. But there are others. I would probably, there's a small kind of diversity park on the riverfront. I might take you there.
After studying Ahmedabad for so long, has the city changed the way you see India?
Yeah. It's a very good kind of microcosm. And I see it in many ways. I see, because I think it is almost the capital,
right?
that it's a good microcosm to look at in terms of giving you a sense of how the country is changing. I mean, I think what a city meant in 1947 to the country and what a city means now is two completely different things. And when I think about city and industry, and when I think about cities as engines of growth, they are not the same thing when Mr. Nehru says it and Mr. Modi say it. They were both part of the same imagination, but I think we are much more aggressive now.
In what ways?
In the way we look at exploiting labor, and the way that we look at resource extractions, in the way that we look at transforming environments. A softer city was still possible, in my opinion, till 1992, but not after. Maybe I could say till 1977. Well, the emergency, and then 83 with our economic problems, and then 92 as that whole period, I think was the time when things started changing. We have become quite aggressive about how we want to transform India rather than be. So when I say that, perhaps what I mean is that a city was still considered to be something that was within a certain sacred geography. And now that sacred geography is simply a resource, and we are simply populations and not a people. So we've become statistical rather than cultural. I just feel that change. I'm not sure I'm articulating it well, but I think that there's a difference.
Yes, the last question. What responsibility does a city like Ahmedabad have to its own history?
Well, it's no longer a young city. It's a 600-year-old city and growing. And it's got parts which are really old and parts which are really young. And they are engaging with each other in really weird and interesting ways. I mean, like in any family, you've got impudent youngsters talking back to grandparents. And you've got silent grandparents who are saying the young will learn. And all of that is being played out in the city.
Nice.
So, I mean, that's the way I see it. I don't think there's any duty.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It was a
Clint.
great
Thank you.
pleasure.
I hope it was
Yes.
of some.
It will be. Yes.
Thank you, Clint.
Thank you.